and welcome to the February 2025 Ordinary Council meeting. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their elders past and present. And as this is the first full meeting of Council for 2025, I'd like to welcome Mr. Matthew Maguire, who will be performing a Welcome to Country ceremony for us. Welcome to you, Mr. Maguire.
Oh, you're right. Yarn banana. Kaya. Kaya na nagaya. Nagamaman. Video what is Jenny me milne. Aja de juro ni jen kolin wa ni jen wan juro nak. Ala buje. Ala ka mood ba buje garan buje waja buje. Aja na jada wangin wa. Ja mood ba ni jen buje. Ni jen bunur. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mayor Milner. It is my honour to stand here and welcome you to the land of the Wajak people, an area we call Garang. And I welcome you in the first language of the first people of this country we sit on tonight, that we live on, and we call home. In a time of the year we call Bunuru, which is one of our 6 seasons of the year. Ngajina wangin mam ga dimanga wir nijina kolinwa. Nijina kolinwa ngala ka Europe nijina nyini. Europe nijina nyini wa bird one kolinwa no ka ma no ka bujowa. No ka murda no ka di Europe nijina kolinwa. I ask that my old people's spirits can be part of this evening with you. That you have a wonderful time here tonight sharing and communicating with one another. But just as importantly, if not more so, that when you leave, you have a safe journey home to your own homes and families, wherever that may be. Ngalaga mood ni jeni jeni ba, kura. Ngalaga ni jeni ba, ye. Bodovan. Ngalaga kulunga ni jeni ba. Ngalaga kulunga, nono kulunga. Pala beja ni ba ni jena kuwa berat bojawa. This is a land that my family have occupied for thousands of years. It is a land that we occupy today. It is a land that we will occupy for thousands of years to come. Our children and our children's children. Nono kolonga, ngalaka kolonga kala beja nyini ni jena ko berat boja. Our children and your children living together here as one on this beautiful land that God has blessed us with. Ngalaka nguop ni jena nyini ba yera kolonga ni jena kayep ni jena barang. I have never barang in a pocket in a calling the double Jerigan gel garo. Malaga more. The way I like to explain my family's belonging to this country is how the water runs through this country. From the double Jerigan, the Swan River, the Gel Garo, the Canning River, and all the smaller waterways. More Nijana Barangin, carrying my family's blood back into this country. Nijana Bojawa, Nalagangang. This land we call our mother, our provider. It is a real honour to come and be part of these every year with the first meetings that you guys have, and the respect that you pay as a city to the Wajak people and everything makes me feel really good inside. So I thank you for having me here to open this evening up and this year up with you together. Ngalaga kulunga wa nijina bojawa bordawan ni kuobrad. As you come together to make this city of South Perth, Gurran country, a more beautiful and attractive place for our children in time to come. I want to leave you with a song. The song is a song called Wanade Gamalana, and it sings of the Yarlo, the spider. And my interpretation is about the web, the spider's web. And then we know it's all beautifully and intricately connected. That when you touch it, it has a reaction around it. It is also connected to country, so that reaction goes back into country as well. It's like us. We are all connected, like that web. Even though we may not know it, we're all connected in some way, shape or form. And so our actions have to be positive actions. So that reaction that's received by our children, our family, our neighbours, our friends, it's a positive reaction. So it makes us all living here together in this beautiful city much happier, much more respectful. Wamingo, Wamingo, Wanare, Gamalana, Yeboyoda, Wanare, Gamalana, Wanare, Gamalana, Yeboyoda, Wamingo, Wamingo, Wanare, Gamalana, Yeboyoda, Wamingo. So thank you again to the City of South Perth, Mayor Milner, and all the councillors and everything for having me here tonight, and to you guys as well. Thank you for having me here and making space for the acknowledgement of the Whadjuk people, Noongar people of this country that we all share and call home. And again, like I said, ask my whole people to come be part of this evening with you, that you have a wonderful time here. And we create a happy and happy future for our children's children to come along and enjoy what we have grown up and enjoyed as children. So thank you. Have a wonderful night and God bless.
Thank you very much, and well said, Mr Maguire. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so we'll start to kick off with a little bit of housekeeping. I would like to advise everyone that the audio and video of this meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. I request everyone to please turn off your mobile phones. I remind you that any recording of the meeting proceedings and photography within the chamber is prohibited unless prior approval has been granted, and councillors and city officers are reminded to disclose any declarations of financial interests and interests affecting impartiality, and are requested to activate their microphones during the meeting. So, that brings us to item 1, which is the declaration of opening and an announcement of visitors. I declare this meeting open at 7 minutes past 6 p.m. Attendance by electronic means. Councillor Mary Choi has requested to attend tonight's meeting via audio link. So, in accordance with Regulation 14 capital C and 14 capital C capital A of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, I've authorised Councillor Choi to attend the meeting by electronic means. Councillor Choi, in accordance with Regulation 14 capital C capital A sub-regulation 5 of the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996, can you maintain confidentiality during the meeting and when the meeting goes behind closed doors?
Yes, I can. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Item 2 is a disclaimer. The City of South Perth disclaims any liability for any loss arising from any person or body relying on any statement, discussion, recommendation or decision made during the meeting. Item 3 is announcements from the presiding member, that's me. Councillors, at this stage of the agenda, I'm obliged to present this month's mayoral report. For those members of the gallery or those people who are listening via YouTube, Council passed a motion at the October 2024 Ordinary Council meeting. That motion resolved that at each Ordinary Council meeting, I will present a report of the mayoral engagements and meetings attended by me in my capacity as Mayor since the last Council meeting. The reasons in support of that motion stated that this practice is considered essential for maintaining transparency, fairness and accountability, allowing both councillors and the community to be fully informed of the Mayor's activities and enabling them to participate more effectively in council deliberations, end quote. The first part of the report is that I'm required to present is a summary of the events attended and the persons met by the Mayor, me, in my capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting. So councillors, I do have to warn you, the last council meeting was held on Tuesday the 10th of December, so I've got 2.5 months worth of meetings to go through tonight. In accordance with Council's resolution, here goes. Thursday, 12 December 2024. On Thursday the 12th of December, I attended the Rivers Regional Council meeting in my capacity as Deputy Chair and as one of the 2 delegates from the City of South Perth. The Rivers Regional Council is a regional council formed under the Local Government Act with a membership of various cities and shires. Its main purpose is to make decisions relating to strategic waste management issues. Tuesday, 17 December. On Tuesday, 17 December, I met with representatives of the Department of Local Government, Sport and Cultural Industries to seek the department's advice about governance matters. Wednesday, the 18th of December. On Wednesday, the 18th of December, I attended a photo shoot with Jeff Baker, MLA, the Federal Member for Swans, Anita Mascarenhas, and the Executive Director of the Department of Biodiversity Conservation Actions, Fran Stanley. The reason for the meeting on the South Perth foreshore was for the announcement that the City of South Perth has secured $2,107,048 in Australian government funding for a major riverbank restoration project that will enrich the environment along the Swan River foreshore near Coode Street. This project will complement and enhance existing uses by connecting and linking established wetlands within Sir James Mitchell Park with the foreshore, restoring the local habitat and improving biodiversity in the area. It's jointly funded by the Australian Government's National Heritage Trust under the Urban Rivers and Catchment Program, the WA Department of Biodiversity Conservation and Attractions, and the City of South Perth, and will create a vegetated foreshore area using native sedges and rushes. Friday the 20th of December, I met with our local State Member of Parliament, Jeff Baker, MLA, at the new Mecca Gourmet at Village Green in Carrawarra. As you all know, Mr Baker and I meet approximately once a month to discuss issues of importance to our local community and to consider what options are available at both the state government level and the local government level to try and make this district a better place to live, work and play. Tuesday, 7th of January, I met with the City CEO on Tuesday the 7th of January as part of our ongoing weekly meetings. As you're all aware, I meet with the CEO at least once per week to discuss the local government's affairs and the performance of its functions in line with Section 2.8 of the Local Government Act. And I must confess, I've been racking my brains as to how I can make this report a little bit shorter, so in an effort to try and reduce the length of this report, I will note that Mr Bradford and I also met on the 14th of January, the 22nd of January, the 29th of January, the 5th of February, the 12th of February, the 18th of February, and today for the same purpose. Wednesday, 15 January. On Wednesday, 15 January, I met up with the CEO of Ngala, Michelle Dillon. Michelle Dillon and I catch up every so often to touch base about what we're seeing in our respective communities. On the same day, I also met with CEO Mike Bradford and the Federal Member for Swans, Anita Mascarenhas, to discuss the priorities of the City of South Perth community and to make some suggestions about potential federal election promises that our community might like to see in the lead up to the 2025 federal election. And councillors may recall from a previous report that Mr Bradford and I had a similar meeting with the Liberal candidate, Mr Mick Fells, in November of last year. Thursday, 16th of January, the City's communications team and I attended a photo shoot with Jeff Baker, MLA. The photo shoot was in relation to a $75,000 commitment by Mr Baker for a new mobile CCTV camera for the City of South Perth to help address crime hotspots across our district, and in relation to an additional $50,000 commitment by Mr Baker to the City for the installation of new safety lights in various locations across the district. Friday, 17th of January, I caught up with the President of Collier Park Retirement Village, Mr Peter Quinn, for a coffee and a chat at Crankin Cafe in Como. Mr Quinn and I meet up every so often so that I can be kept informed about life for the residents at Collier Park Village and any issues that they may have that are relevant to the City of South Perth. Mr Quinn and I still catch up, notwithstanding that the City transferred ownership of Collier Park Village to Amana Living last year, with the support of the village residents, I hasten to add, because the village itself and the village residents are still very much part of our community. On Wednesday, the 22nd of January, the City's communication team and I attended a photo shoot on the South Perth foreshore with Jeff Baker, MLA. That photo shoot was in relation to a $30,000 grant from Lottery West to the City of South Perth for the City's South Perth Sounds concert, which, topically enough, was held last Saturday on the South Perth foreshore. Sunday, the 26th of January, I represented the City of South Perth at our Australia Day morning flag raising and citizenship ceremony. We welcomed the Governor of Western Australia, His Excellency, the Honourable Chris Dawson, APM, inducted 100 new Australians during a very special citizenship ceremony, and honoured 4 of our outstanding community members with the Aspire Community Citizen of the Year awards. It really was a wonderful day, and I would like to give a very big thank you to everyone who contributed and who attended. Thursday, the 30th of January, I attended an afternoon tea to thank the dedicated volunteer justices of the peace that make themselves available to our community at the South Perth and Manning Libraries. I was also invited to attend and did attend the commissioning service of the new parish priest at St Mary's Church in South Perth, the Reverend Canon, I hope I pronounced his name right, Jan Eustra. Saturday, the 1st of February, I represented the City of South Perth alongside the owner of Miss Chow's South Perth, Jackie Chan, at the first of two spectacular line dance performances at Minderup by the Yaolin Kung Fu Association. On Sunday, the 2nd of February, I represented the City of South Perth at the Changhua Association's Perth Chinese New Year Fair in Northbridge. On Monday, the 3rd of February, I met with the City CEO and the City's communication team. As you know, I meet with the City CEO and the City's communication team once per week to discuss current and upcoming communications by the City, potential third-party media relevant to the City, and my duties as spokesperson for the City. And once again, in an effort to try and reduce the length of this report, I'll also note that I met with the City CEO and the City's communication team on 10 February, 17 February and 24 February for the same purpose. On Tuesday, the 4th of February, I chaired the Local Emergency Management Committee meeting under Section 38 of the Local Emergency Management Act 2005. A local government is required to establish a local emergency management committee for the local government district. We are allowed to unite for the purpose of these meetings, so we do unite with the City of Canning. We share the management of the committee for its districts, and we swap between hosting and chairing every meeting. I also chaired a meeting of the City of South Perth CEO Evaluation Committee that same evening and served as presiding member at the Electors General meeting at 6 p.m. that evening. On Wednesday, 5 February, I had the pleasure of attending a school assembly at Curtin Primary School and helping to present the new school captains with their honour badges, as well as some very well-deserved awards to some very exceptional students. On Thursday, the 6th of February, I caught up with the Mayor of the City of Vincent, Miss Alison Zamon. We met at local cafe Our Ruby Girl in Como. I think I might have mentioned in previous reports that I do try to catch up with the mayors of neighbouring local governments or local governments that the city shares strategic interests with every so often. It is useful to compare notes, share what we've been up to and discuss opportunities for collaboration and shared learning. I then stayed on at Our Ruby Girl for a chat with local resident Mark Shepherd about a range of issues. On Saturday, the 8th of February, I represented the City of South Perth at the second of the two spectacular line dance performances organised by Miss Chow's South Perth and performed by the Yaolin Kung Fu Association. On Monday, the 10th of February, I met with the new owners of McDonald's Carrawarra to welcome them to the district and discuss a range of community issues. On Tuesday, the 11th of February, I attended a councillor workshop regarding the Old Mill First Nations Interpretation Materials Project Workshop and Progress Update, followed by a councillor workshop on the Carrawarra Pedestrian Cycle Access Plan workshop. On Wednesday, the 12th of February, I attended a meeting of the City's Community Safety and Crime Prevention Group to listen to the various reports. For those who aren't aware, the City facilitates a Community Safety and Crime Prevention Group with representation from key government agencies and the local community. Members include Kensington Police, Curtin University, Village Green, Western Australian Local Government Association's Roadwise program, and other key partners as required. The purpose of the group is to focus on building and strengthening the capacity and resilience of the local community through community safety initiatives. On Thursday, the 13th of February, I met up with the Principal of Aquinas College, Principal Robert Henderson, for an update on the various projects and initiatives at Aquinas College. Meetings like this I always enjoy because they often reveal opportunities to work together and achieve shared goals that benefit our community. And I think it's important for the city to have good relationships with the people and organisations helping to shape our very special part of the world. I then headed into the City of Perth to attend the Walga Urban Forest Conference to hear a very informative presentation on planning issues affecting tree canopy cover presented by our very own director, Donna Shaw. So it was very good. On Tuesday, the 18th of February, I attended the City of South Perth's nursery for a photo shoot with Jeff Baker, MLA. The photo shoot was in relation to a $60,000 commitment by Mr Baker for new tree planting throughout the City of South Perth, partnering with local environmental groups. I also served as the presiding member at the last week's council agenda briefing. On Wednesday, the 19th of February, the City CEO and I met with Joe Ferranti from Perth Zoo to discuss potential opportunities for collaboration. I then met with the president of the South Perth United Football Club, Sony Sind, at the beautiful Dome Cafe on Manning Road. Again, as many of you already know, I do try and make myself available to the various sporting groups and community organisations in our city to better understand their needs and get a perspective on what the city might be able to do to help keep making our district a better place to live, work and play. I received an update on the continuing growth of the South Perth United Football Club. I then stayed on at Dome Manning for a chat with local resident Robert Haythornwaite, who wanted some guidance on who to speak to in the city administration about a potential land development. And I have also declared that meeting pursuant to policy P700. On Thursday, the 20th of February, my family and I got to inspect the newly completed Manning bike track at George Burnett Park in Carrawarra. The new bike track really is a great addition to our community. It's a pleasure to see the George Burnett Park precinct getting better and better with new facilities and new opportunities for everyone, new amenities for everyone to enjoy. And I will take this opportunity to give a big thank you to the Australian Local Government Roads and Community Infrastructure Program and also to Lottery West for helping make the Manning bike track happen. Saturday the 22nd of February had an early start at 6:45 a.m. to join Amber Cunningham on ABC Breakfast Radio for an interview about the South Perth Sounds concert that was held that evening. I met with Councillor Andre Brenda-Abrandis at local business Henry Ems in Manning at 3 p.m. to discuss council affairs before we joined Councillor Jennifer Navard and Councillor Glenn Cridland, as well as Councillor Andre Brenda-Abrandis, at the Manning Community Hall to hear the report from the Urban Greening Strategy Deliberative Panel and to thank the 38 panel members for their hard work in helping to compile the report to Council. I then raced off to the South Perth foreshore for an on-camera interview with the ABC's Ruby Littler about South Perth Sounds before welcoming San Cisco End of Fashion and, of course, our wonderful community to the spectacular South Perth Sounds concert on Saturday night. And for those of you that got to attend that, I hope you had a really great night. Sunday the 23rd of February, I met with Councillor Blake D'Souza at Dome Manning at 3 p.m. to discuss council affairs. And on Monday, the 24th of February, I met with Councillor Jennifer Navard and then with Councillor Hayley Prendeville also to discuss council affairs. We met at our Ruby Girl in Manning, Como actually, in St Como. That brings us up to date on the first part of the report. The second part of Council's resolution requires me to present an overview of the key issues, initiatives and matters that I've been addressing in my capacity as Mayor since the last council meeting. The councillors are all already aware of this, of course, but the main issue I've been working on since the last council meeting is, once again, how elected members can work better with each other and with the city administration to deliver on our community's priorities. And with that, we're up to date. Thank you for bearing with me. Item 4 is attendances. Item 4.1 is apologies. I haven't received any apologies for this evening. Item 4.2 is approved leaves of absence. Councillor Bronwyn Waugh has an approved leave of absence for the period of 28 January 2025 to 10 March 2025 inclusive. And Councillor Glenn Cridland has an approved leave of absence for the period of 9 February 2025 to 28 February 2025 inclusive. But he's here with us in person anyway, so welcome Councillor Cridland. Item 5 is declarations of interest. And there's a few of these, so once again, I'm going to ask you to bear with me. So Councillor Nick Coveney has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.2.1 as As a local, I eat it next door from time to time, as I do at almost every other hospitality business on Angelo Street. Mayor Greg Milner, that's me. I've declared an financial and proximity interest in item 10.2.2 as the alternative motion from Councillor Nick Coveney contemplates. It may have been updated since I made this declaration, but I'll read what I submitted. The alternative motion from Councillor Nick Coveney contemplates granting council support for a floating food and beverage venue to be moored at or in proximity to Node 1 Men Street. I also understand that there are discussions already on foot with DBCA about a potential floating venue at or around the Men Street jetty. Any such proposal or subsequent development application might potentially involve the development of land that is adjacent to or is across the road from properties that are owned or indirectly owned by persons who contributed to my re-election campaign in 2023. This could potentially result in a financial gain, loss, benefit or detriment for those persons. Mayor Greg Milner, me again. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.4 as I've previously worked for a law firm that has acted for Burke's Real Estate. I also know a director of the applicant. Councillor Mary Choi has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.4 as some nearby landowners or residents are or may be known to me. Mayor Greg Milner, me again. I've declared an impartiality interest in item 10.3.7 as I know one of the residents of a neighbouring property. Mayor Greg Milner, me again, has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.1 as this item potentially affects a number of community organisations that I currently serve as patron or have previously served as patron or have previously served on the board of or a member of or am an honorary member of and or have otherwise developed relationships with during my time on council. Now, I submitted that at last week's council agenda briefings. Since then, I've filed a financial and proximity interest in the same item as the alternative motion from Councillor Mary Choi proposes an inclusion of $120,000 for the Anstey Street pedestrian crossing. One of my donors to my 2023 re-election campaign owns the Coles local site on the corner of Anstey Street and Angelo Street. And that's why I've declared a financial and proximity interest in that item now. Councillor Mary Choi has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.4.6 as my seat is up for re-election in October 2025. CEO Mike Bradford has declared an impartiality interest in item 10.5.1 as this item relates to my contract of employment. And CEO Mike Bradford has also declared an impartiality interest in item 14.1 as this item relates to my contract of employment. Councillors, does anyone else have any declarations or that they'd wish to make this evening? Councillor Navard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 10.3.4, objection to third-party digital advertising signage, lot 182, 272 Canning Highway. It's an impartiality interest. One of the objections to this proposal at the agenda briefing came from a community member known to me. And another one, 10.4.6, like Councillor Choi, my position will be coming up for election.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. Councillors, any other declarations that anyone would like to make this evening? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Also an impartiality declaration with regard to 10.3.4, third-party digital advertising, for the same reason that one of the deputations made with respect to this item is of a person known to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Anyone else? Councillor Choi?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. I'll take that as a no from everyone then. Okay. Item 6 is public question time. Item 6.1 is responses to previous public questions taken on notice. That's nil. Item 6.2 is public question time itself. So I now open public question time at 6:30. We have received 3 written submissions prior to tonight's meeting, and I'd like to begin by inviting Mr Barry Drake of South Perth If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
My name's Barry Drake. I live at Unit 3, Number 2, Scenic Crescent, South Perth. Good evening, Mr Mayor. Good evening, councillors, officers, members of the gallery, and everybody listening out there on YouTube. Good evening. My questions this month are about the proposed sporting facilities that Wesley College would like to relocate their sporting facilities to Sir James Mitchell Park in South Perth, our foreshore. Question number 1, how many trees will need to be cut down on Sir James Mitchell Park to allow for the sporting facilities to be built for Wesley College?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council has not yet made a decision on whether the land will be developed for sports spaces, and as such, the extent of development is unknown.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Your second question, Mr Drake.
Question 2, who has the council appointed to do the feasibility study, and if no appointment has yet been made, who's on the list of potentials?
Thank you, Mr Drake. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The City has not appointed a consultant to undertake a feasibility study. Given the land is subject to inundation, it was determined that the geological and hydrological investigations should first be undertaken to determine any required fill and subsoil drainage needed to accommodate sports spaces, to determine whether it was feasible for the project to progress to a full feasibility study. The City appointed Structerra Consulting to undertake the geological and hydrological investigation of the land. The City will complete its review of the investigations and further discuss the outcomes with Council in due course.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. And your final question, Mr Drake.
Yeah, well, with that answer, my question number 3 is probably a bit more hypothetical, but assuming it does go ahead, because you've committed $50,000 to the feasibility study. Question 3, will Wesley College have to pay a fee for using the sporting facilities?
Thank you. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council has not yet made a decision on whether the land will be developed for sports spaces, and therefore future potential users of the site has not been determined.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Mr Drake, for the questions. I'd now like to invite Ms Veronica McPhail of Kensington. If you'd like to come to the microphone, welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Good evening, everyone. The Wildlife Advocacy South Perth Group are pleased that the DBCA do not support a floating barge and entertainment venue at the Coode Street Jetty, and that the City do not intend to proceed with an expression of interest. Our group has been concerned that such a facility would interfere with wildlife that access the freshwater stream running into the river at this location. Our questions relate to the Coode Street foreshore area. Number 1, it has been reported in the media that there may be a motion for Council tonight to consider an expression of interest for another, we assume land-based permanent cafe at the Coode Street Jetty. Could the City please advise if this type of facility is aligned with DBCA's recent advice to the City and Council with its letter 16th of December, that this area be reserved for low-intensity commercial activities, which excludes a permanent land-based cafe?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Ms Mayor. The Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions were requested to provide in-principle support for the advertising of an EOI for a temporary floating food and beverage venue. Whilst the DBCA were not requested to comment on whether it would support a land-based cafe at Coode Street, the DBCA has advised that small-scale facilities such as mobile food vans, cafes, or kiosk or pop-up infrastructure would be appropriate for local nodes such as Coode Street.
Thank you. Number 2, if council were to endorse an expression of interest for another Coode Street cafe, where will it exactly be built? And if this is not known, what are the factors that determine its location?
Thank you. Ms Shaw?
Thank you. This is unknown at this time, and there are no proposed or current development applications at this point in time. The Minister for Environment would determine such an application on the advice of the DBCA, as the land is within the Swan Canning Development Control Area. In providing its statutory advice on such a proposal to the DBCA, the City would consider such factors as the recommendations of the South Perth Foreshore Strategy and Management Plan, Draft State Planning Policy 2.9, Planning for Water, State Planning Policy 2.10, Swan Canning River System, Development Control Policy 5.3, Use of Land Reserved for Parks and Recreation, Building Height and Design, Setbacks to the River, Landscape and Vegetation, Impacts on Existing and Proposed Infrastructure, and Wastewater and Sewer Management, to name a few.
Thank you. And lastly, could the City please provide further details around the Coode Street riverbank restoration in terms of what is being proposed and between where to where it is being proposed? For example, is it limited between the Black Swan habitat to the college boat shed?
Thank you. Ms Shaw?
Thank you. The area of the Urban Rivers Catchment Program for the Coode Street Riverbank Restoration Project extends along the foreshore from the existing Black Swan Habitat Island, Yerjamaya, to halfway between the existing flagpole and the Esplanade car park to the west.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms McPhail, for the questions.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Ms Joanne Ord of Como, if you'd like to come to the microphone. Welcome to you, and we look forward to your questions.
Hello. Having listened to those, this could be a bit repetitive, so apologies. So again, these relate to the floating venue trial at Coode Street and a potential EOI at Men's Street Jetty and Cafe at Coode Street, as per the Perth Now article. So question 1, Men's Street Jetty is owned by the state government and is managed by the DOT, including the PTA. DBCA is also a relevant statutory body at this location. It has been advised at previous meetings that writing to the DOT and DBCA can be done administratively without raising a motion, thereby providing efficiencies for City staff. Could the City confirm if establishing statutory body appetite for a further EOI could be done administratively in this instance, please?
Thank you. Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the City already undertakes an EOI process for activations on the foreshore. The City can liaise with the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions to seek preliminary comments to provide advice to prospective applicants. Where a permanent development proposal is received, the City is required to refer the proposal to the DBCA for its consideration.
Thank you. Your second question, Ms Ord?
Thank you. Yeah, question 2. The DBCA has provided their response to the floating trial at Coode Street Jetty, and the Minister for Environment, on advice of the DBCA, is the decision maker for any permanent development on the foreshore, including at Coode Street. And in accordance with previous and current DBCA advice, the City does undertake annual EOIs for activation on the foreshore, including mobile food vendors and events, and has done so for a number of years. The City has the ability to grant licences for temporary traders on the foreshore without input from DBCA. So if the City was approached by a prospective applicant regarding a permanent land-based cafe, and prior to them to submitting a Part 5 DA under the Swan and Canning Rivers Management Act 2006, would the City advise the applicant that DBCA supports permanent food and beverage developments at Coode Street?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The City would liaise with the prospective applicants and the DBCA to provide advice prior to formal lodgement. The City would advise that DBCA's preference in this location is for pop-up type food and beverage vendors. Should an applicant choose to lodge an application for a permanent land-based cafe without pre-lodgement discussions occurring, the City is required to refer the proposal to the DBCA for its consideration.
Thank you. And question 3, within the Perth Water Bonamboro locality plan, the Coode Street area is only a local node, whereas Menn Street is a special use node. So concept planning funds for the Coode Street node upgrades are to be allocated in the 25-26 budget. So what type of food and beverage facilities will be contemplated during this planning period that align with local node requirements at Coode Street?
Thank you for the question. Ms Shaw.
Thank you. The South Perth Foreshore Strategy and Management Plan recommends a range of food and beverage outlets at Node 2, Coode Street, including restaurants, cafes, kiosks and microbrewery type establishments. Whilst the management plan initially identified a range of such permanent options, the subsequent engagement report narrowed down the types of outlets to provide more non-permanent food and beverage options that cater to all budgets at all times of the day and evening. The City would need to liaise with the DBCA when preparing a concept plan or similar for the node to determine the type of establishments that would be contemplated for approval by the DBCA and the Minister for Environment.
Thank you, Ms Shaw, and thank you, Ms Ord, for the questions.
Cheers.
I've just checked with governance to see if there were any late questions in the tray. There weren't. So in that case, I now close public question time at 6:42 p.m. That brings us to item 7 of the agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes and notes. Item 7.1 is the minutes. Item 7.1.1 is the ordinary council meeting held on 10 December 2024. So I'm about to look for a mover and a seconder to move that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 10 December 2024 be taken as read and confirmed as a true and correct record. Could I have a mover? Councillor Coveney, thank you. A seconder? I think Councillor Prendeville was first there. Councillors, does anyone oppose this item? Councillor Choi?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. In that case, I declare that carried unanimously. Item 7.2 is notes of briefing. Once again, I'm about to call for someone to move that council notes the following council briefings and workshops were held. That's 7.2.1, concept briefings and workshops, and 7.2.2, council agenda briefing, dated 18 February 2025. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor D'Souza, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this item? Councillor Choi?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Then once again, I'll declare that carried unanimously. Okay, that brings us to item 8, which is presentations. Item 8.1 is petitions. That's nil for this evening. Item 8.2 is gifts or awards presented to council. Also nil this evening. And item 8.3 is deputations. And deputations were heard at the council agenda briefing held on 18 February 2025. Item 9 is the method of dealing with agenda business. I'll now seek confirmation from the Chief Executive Officer, Mr Mike Bradford, that all the report items contained in tonight's agenda were discussed at the February Council agenda briefing, with the exception of item 14.1, entitled Chief Executive Officer Contract of Employment Variation Request. Please note that item 12.1, which was notice of motion from Councillor Nick Coveney, entitled Expressions of Interest for Use of Old Mill Theatre, was withdrawn by Councillor Coveney at the council agenda briefing. Mr Bradford, have I got that right?
That is correct, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so with the exception of those items to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, reports will be adopted by exception resolution. And by this I mean that the officer recommendation will be adopted as is, without discussion or amendment. The following items have been withdrawn for discussion this evening. Item 10.2.1, entitled Parklet Licence, Next Door Restaurant, Angelo Street Road Reserve, abutting number 79 Angelo Street, South Perth. The reason is that Councillor Nick Coveney has amendment and Councillor Mary Choi also has an amendment. Item 10.2.2, entitled Response to Notice of Motion, Expression of Interest for Floating Venue Trial at Coode Street Jetty. The reason for that is Mayor Greg Milner, that's me, I've declared a financial and proximity interest and also because Councillor Nick Coveney has an alternative. Item 10.3.1 has been withdrawn. That's entitled Draft Karrawara Pedestrian and Cycle Access Plan, Final Adoption. The reason for that is Councillor Blake de Souza has an alternative. Item 10.3.4, entitled Third Party Digital Advertising Signage, Lot 182, number 272, Canning Highway, Como, has been withdrawn. The reason is Councillor Mary Choi has an alternative. Item 10.4.1, entitled Budget Review for the period ended 31 January 2025, has been withdrawn. There's a few reasons there. Firstly, an absolute majority is required. Secondly, I've declared a financial and proximity interest. Thirdly, Councillor Mary Choi has an alternative. And fourthly, Councillor Blake de Souza has an amendment to the substantive. Item 10.4.6, entitled Local Government Elections, has been withdrawn. The reason for that is an absolute majority is required. And item 10.5.1, entitled Independent Facilitator for Chief Executive Officer Evaluation Process 2024/25, has been withdrawn, and the reason for that is Councillor Jennifer Navard has an alternative. Councillors, does anyone wish to withdraw any other items for discussion this evening? Councillor Cridland.
I'd like 10.3.5 and 10.3.8 withdrawn, please.
All right, so Councillor Cridland has requested that 10.3.5, which is entitled Proposed Change of Use, Single House to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 3, number 50, Canavan Crescent, Manning, has been withdrawn. And also 10.3.8, Proposed Change of Use, Group Dwelling to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 4, number 4, 30 Axford Street, Como. Might as well ask now, what are the reasons for the withdrawals, Councillor Cridland?
So the items can be debated.
Okay, good. To be debated. All right, bear with me while I just update my run sheet. All right, so they've been withdrawn. Councillor Choi, did you wish to withdraw any additional items for discussion this evening?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
No? Councillors, anyone else? No, okay. All right, in that case, I will... That is a long list. Here we are. No, I've jumped ahead somehow. All right, so thanks, Mr Bradford. I now call for a mover and a seconder to carry the following items by exception resolution. Those are item 10.3.2, entitled Draft Local Planning Policy or Waste Management, Final Adoption. Item 10.3.3, entitled RFT 10 of 2024, Provision of Supply of Plant with Skilled Operator for Minor Works Services. Item 10.3.6, entitled Proposed Change of Use, Multiple Dwelling to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 36, number 35/240 Mill Point Road, South Perth. Item 10.3.7, entitled Proposed Change of Use, Grouped Dwelling to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 1, number 1/27 Hovia Terrace, South Perth. Item 10.4.2, entitled Listing of Payments, December 2024. Item 10.4.3, Monthly Financial Statements, December 2024. Item 10.4.4, Listing of Payments, January 2025. Item 10.4.5, entitled Monthly Financial Statements, January 2025. And item 15.1.1, Wowga Sustainable Energy Project Phase 2, Procurement of Contestable Electricity Supply. Can I have a mover? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Is that Councillor Brenda to second? Yes, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose the passage of the items that I've just rattled off? Councillor Choi?
No, that's fine, Mr Mayor.
All right. In that case, those items have just been passed by exception resolution in accordance with clause 5.5 of the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law, and the officer's recommendations have been accepted by council. We'll now be moving on to those reports identified to be withdrawn for discussion this evening. The first of which is item 10.2.1, entitled Parklet Licence, Next Door Restaurant, Angelo Street Road Reserve, abutting number 79 Angelo Street, South Perth. The reason for that is Councillor Coveney has an amendment, and I understand Councillor Choi had one as well. Councillor Coveney, I understand that the first version of your amended motion was first in time, so I'm going to give you first bite at the cherry as per usual practice. But am I right in understanding that the latest version of your amended motion effectively incorporates what Councillor Choi had intended to put in her amended motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, save that Councillor Choi's version doesn't have my amendments at number 1 and number 7, so it is still slightly different.
All right.
And I can explain those when I speak.
I might as well give you the opportunity just to move your amendment straight off the bat, as though it was the substantive motion, but perhaps just for the benefit of Councillor Choi and everyone listening, perhaps you can tell us how yours differs from the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'd like to move my amendment. Paragraph 1 is included in the words, if the licence is not renewed. And the purpose of that, or the effect of that, is making it clear that the applicant can reapply for a licence before the 3-year period, whereas that isn't present in...
Sorry, my fault. I should have been a bit clearer. Just for the time being, tell us how your amendment substantive differs from the officer recommendation, and then after I've had a seconder for your motion, that's when I'll give you an opportunity to say why you've made the changes that you have.
Sure, thank you, Mr Mayor. I apologise. At paragraph 1, after the words following which, I've included the words, if the licence is not renewed. At paragraph 7, at the end of the first sentence, I've added the words at all times, and at the end of the second sentence, I've removed the words at all times and included the words outside the applicant's business hours. And then I've added a paragraph 15 and 16. Paragraph 15 reads, the applicant is to install signage on or adjacent to the parklet stating public parklet, all seating is open to the public during non-trading hours. The signage is to be designed and installed to the satisfaction of the City of South Perth. And paragraph 16 reads that the applicant is to install planter boxes and or vegetation on/around the parklet and maintain the planter boxes and or vegetation for life of the parklet to the satisfaction of the City of South Perth.
All right, thank you. Councillors, I'll see if anyone wants to second Councillor Coveney's motion. Would anyone like to be seconder? Councillor Prendeville, thank you. Councillor Coveney, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There is overwhelming community support for this parklet. We saw that with the community feedback being 80% in support. The parklet has added vibrancy and amenity to this strip. I've regularly seen the parklet being used by groups of people to connect and to enjoy a meal and a drink. The amendment to paragraph 1 makes it clear that the applicant is afforded the opportunity to reapply to extend the licence if they so choose. The amendment to paragraph 2 makes it clear that the applicant should have exclusive use to operate the parklet during their business hours, which is what we did last time with the amendment that I made during the trial. And the reason they should have exclusive use during their operating hours is, I say, 4 reasons. Firstly, it's a licensed venue. It's not appropriate for an unaccompanied child to use the parklet during the applicant's operating hours. Number 2, the intent of the parklet was for large bookings, and that would be more difficult to achieve if members of the public were sporadically sitting in that parklet during operating hours. Number 3, the applicant largely operates outside the hours of operation of nearby businesses anyway, so there's minimal effect to that condition. And number 4, people eating at a nice restaurant get dressed up and are paying for a particular experience, and that would be diminished if it was publicly available at the same time. So for instance, if a family decides to get dressed up and celebrate a birthday party at the restaurant and sit in the parklet, and then a member of the public wearing a singlet and thong sits next to them, I don't know that I'd enjoy my meal as much or think it's as special. So that's the reason for the amendment at paragraph 7. In terms of Councillor Choi's amendments that I've adopted, look, I agree with them. They're principally intended to make it known to the public that it is a public parklet during non-operating hours. And the second aspect is really just to give it a bit of love and to beautify it, which is something the owner indicated in his deputation last week that he was happy to do. So those are my reasons for moving this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillor Prendeville, the floor is yours if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. Just a quick note on the parklet on Angelo Street for Next Door Restaurant. The parklet has clearly brought a life to Angelo Street, buzzing with people enjoying this offering. It's really exciting to see this local family business succeed. So much so it's hard to get a booking, which is fantastic for the family, for our community, for our city, for everyone involved. So I'm really excited to see this moving forward, and I think the amendments made by Councillor Coveney are practical, make sense, and for the reasons that he's already outlined in his amendment, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendeville. Councillors, is there anyone who would wish to speak against the motion before us? Question, Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It's just a question with regard to the two motions before us. So if I see Councillor Choi's motion, items 15 and 16 for the amendment, they're in red text. Could I just understand why Councillor Choi's are in red text? Is this because Councillor Choi made an amendment to those items, or is this because, I don't know, they've been adopted from Councillor Coveney's revision? I'm not too sure.
Should I send that to Ms Shaw or to Governance? Mr Bradford?
I think what you've got is two amendments that are issued. The first one was Councillor Coveney's. He has, and then Councillor Choi's. So her items 15 and 16 were read in her amendment, and there's a change to Councillor Coveney's amendment to incorporate those was subsequently issued. Does that make sense?
I think so, Mr CEO. Just to clarify then, so items 1 through to 14, apart from the amendment to item 1, with the wording, if the licence is not renewed, was part of the original first submission that went through by Councillor Choi. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis and Mr Bradford. Did someone have their hand up over there? No? Okay, I'll go back to where I was before. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion before us? No?
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Choi?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I've just got some questions, please, which I provided on notice.
Fire away.
Thank you. So firstly, I understand the City provided Councillor Coveney with some advice on his proposed amendment, and just wondering whether the City could please advise Council of that advice for our information in consideration of this motion.
Ms Shaw, is Councillor Choi referring to advice provided by you?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It must be, but the City provides advice in terms of the wording and whether the wording of the amendment is acceptable or not. Both versions are acceptable for consideration. The conditions that have been recommended on each of the motions can be incorporated into a licence.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Choi?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor, just partially. Just in relation to because obviously I had foreshadowed a amendment to the officer recommendation, and that was just the difference between Councillor Coveney's and mine, I think, our motions. But I understand the City provided some advice as to the exclusivity aspect of it, and I just thought that would be good to share with Council in consideration of both of our motions, amended motions put forward, please.
Sorry, Councillor Choi, I'm a little bit confused. Who's provided advice about exclusivity? Who should I be directing that question to?
Oh, Director Shaw.
Ms Shaw?
Mr Mayor.
Yep, okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the difference is with Councillor Choi's amendment, at condition or proposed condition 15, where it talks about the applicant is to install signage on the parklet stating that it's a public parklet, all seating is open to the public, whereas Councillor Coveney's amendment is that it is a public parklet, all seating is open to the public during non-trading hours. And the advice that we've provided is effectively that it is a public space, and typically infrastructure located in a public space would be available to the public at all times. However, it is open for council to include conditions in the licence that provide for it to be only available to the public for a certain term.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, Councillor Choi?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and to Director Shaw. Now, I understand one of the city's key takeaways identified from the Parklet trial is ensuring the design of the structure is attractive for members of the public at all times, including outside applicants' trading hours. And is the city able to comment any further on this, please, just again to help with council's decision-making on the amendments put forward, especially in relation to the extra conditions?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Councillor Choi. You got it, Ms Shaw? Okay. Well, Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Ms Mayor. I understand you're referring to some of the key takeaways that the city had in reviewing how the parklet has operated to date. From that, we would effectively say that we would be recommending that conditions be included, that the parklet has an accessible footpath adjacent to a minimum width of 1.8 metres, and that's something that wasn't included in the original parklet application but has been recommended as a condition on this application as a result of council updating the council policy on the matter to provide for that as a requirement. In terms of our approach, we would take an education first approach to ensure that we liaise with the applicant to ensure that compliance was achieved where any complaints were received as to the use of the parklet. And lastly, we would consider any implications to do with drainage and drainage infrastructure, because there needs to be a balance between the parklet being flushed for accessibility and also to ensure that there's effective drainage underneath the structure.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, Councillor Choi?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and again to Director Shaw. So I just wanted to mention the petition, because I think that was raised in one of the submissions in the officer report, that there was 126 verified signatures against a parklet received by the city in December 2023. But I understand this can't be taken into consideration with this item now for the seeking of a new licence for the parklet. I'm just wondering if the city could please provide the reasons for this.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's correct. It can't be taken into consideration because we need to treat all applications on the individual merits. And even though the structure already exists, this is a new application for a licence. And so the city has undertaken public consultation in accordance with the advertising requirements contained within the council policy, however, only considered the petition when council was considering the previous application for the licence.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, Councillor Choi?
Yeah, just one last one. Thanks, Mr Mayor, and to Director Shaw. Just a question actually for Councillor Coveney, if I may, please. If Councillor's minded to support this motion, if he would please consider adding the words next doors before the words non-trading hours in the context in context to his new paragraph 15 to meet the intent of his amended paragraph 7 and to avoid any confusion.
I've got no difficulties with that, Mr Mayor.
All right. So just perhaps if you can speak a little bit slowly, Councillor Choi, you're proposing, and it sounds like Councillor Coveney is agreeable. What exactly is it in paragraph 15 that you'd like to see changed?
Just the words, 2 words, next doors, being added in before the words non-trading hours in the context of the new paragraph 15 to meet the intent of amended paragraph 7, because there's only one applicant here that's referred to, and the applicant is next door, and when it's referring to non-trading hours, it's the applicant's, which is next door's non-trading hours.
All right. So you'd like to see the words next door appear between the words during and non-trading hours?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yep.
Yes, Councillor Coveney is amenable. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Could be, yes. Is everyone happy with the possessive apostrophe? All right, see, you get council decisions and you get grammatical lessons. Bonus. Councillor Prendeville, you're the seconder. I should check with you to make sure that's okay as well. You happy with that? Okay, very good. All right. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak either for or against the slightly amended motion before us? That's a no.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I would like to speak on the motion, if you're allowing that now, please.
By all means, are you speaking for or against?
I will speak for it because Councillor Coveney has agreed to those amendments, and it kind of makes sense to have just the one amendment to this motion on foot. First of all, in relation to condition 15, the definition of a parklet as provided by the City by way of its public notice on the parklet trial on 8 November 2023 is that they are small pockets of public space that repurpose part of the street, providing open and engaging spaces for people to linger within the street environment. The City, in its conclusion on page 14 of tonight's Council agenda papers, also states that the parklet will create interest and activation of that space. It is the view that the Angelo Street parklet doesn't or always hasn't appeared open to the street during the trial period. There is not much lingering or engagement happening, at least outside the applicant's trading hours, and it's not that interesting and thereby activated also during the daytime. Hence, the view is the parklet is underutilised and needs enhancement in terms of its aesthetics and streetscape character, especially during the daytime, when the applicant's restaurant is closed to meet its expectations. Many residents have expressed the same. It currently doesn't really stand out or present itself as a place you'd necessarily want to hang out for a while during the day. People are more likely to spend time in spaces that look aesthetically pleasing and comfortable. As this is the City's first parklet, and with the past year being on a trial basis, this perceived shortcoming, I hope, can be easily remedied, and as public land it ought to be, especially if Council are minded to retain the parklet for at least another 3 years. The parklet's appearance and presentation on the street front, being the main street within the Angelo Street precinct, can be easily lifted, I believe, to make it look more appealing and inviting. Being the City's first parklet, and so looking at other parklets outside of the district, there are some good examples of ones that seem, in my opinion, to blend better into the natural landscape, with greenery via plants or vegetation in and around the structure, and some examples were provided to councillors via email when I sent my amendments through. Plants and vegetation generally have aesthetic appeal and can enhance the visual attractiveness of public spaces in urban areas, making it a more inviting and pleasant space for people to relax and enjoy. More colour and life can contribute to the overall ambience of the parklet and the area generally. Greenery via plants or vegetation may also act as a natural sound barrier, absorbing and reducing noise from traffic, making the parklet a more peaceful and relaxing space for visitors. I think one only needs to look at the alfresco space under the jacaranda tree out the front of Coles Local as a prime example. It's always abuzz with people during the day and not all drinking coffee. They're enjoying the open ambience I believe that tree and landscape has created, despite the traffic going by. Of course, enhancing the parklet should make the applicant's restaurant business appeal more attractive and inviting too. So it's a win-win, I think, here. Thankfully, the applicant during his deputation last week seemed to agree and express his willingness to work with the City to enhance the look of the parklet as a condition of his new licence, if approved. It is understood that as the parklet structure belongs to the applicant, the City can't just go in and add items, but need to, and I believe have agreed to work with the applicant to help the parklet succeed into the longer term. For the reasons just outlined, and also as the parklet is valuable prime public space that was readily being used all day long by the community before it was turned into a parklet, I believe it is reasonable and necessary for this measure to be included as a condition of any new licence, and I urge councillors to not waste the City asset by letting it sit there mostly empty during the day, and endorse the motion before you that includes this condition so the community can enjoy it during the daytime. So condition 16 is generally the same, except it's sort of just an addition to the bench that's already there, in that I think that sometimes people aren't aware that that parklet is open all the time and can be used by members of the public even when the applicant's restaurant is closed. So I have seen, again, looking at some other parklets in other local government districts, that they do have signs up saying, letting people know that it is a public parklet, it's on public land, and it can be used. And in this example, as per the motion before us, it would be open to the public to use in whichever way they want, to read a newspaper or have a coffee outside of the applicant's trading hours. And as just mentioned, the bench setting was put in there by the applicant for that very reason. And this is just seen as an extension, so the visitors are aware. And I think I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mr Mayor. And just in conclusion, I'm just hoping that everyone can work together to make this type of public space a valuable City asset that will work day as well as night. And I think after the 3 years, hopefully we can really assess and appreciate the feasibility of this parklet and have some takeaway lessons for any future and similar parklet applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillors, does anyone else wish to speak either for or against? That's a no. Councillor Coveney, anything to say by way of winding up? I'll simply put the item to the vote then. Councillors, please cast your votes. And Councillor Choi, how do you vote?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right, that was unanimous. Thank you, folks. That brings us to item 10.2.2. And councillors, I have declared a financial and proximity interest in this item after having seen an earlier version of Councillor Coveney's alternative motion. I will be leaving the chamber for the duration of this item. In Councillor Waugh's absence, Council will need to appoint another elected member to act as presiding member for the duration of this item. This will also be necessary for item 10.4.1 of tonight's agenda. I see that Councillor Coveney has already suggested Councillor Cridland and that Councillor Prendeville is agreeable. Councillor Cridland, is that all right with you? Okay. All right. In that case, Councillor Coveney, do you wish to move a motion as follows? And I'll read it, I guess on the screen, that Council, in accordance with section 5.6, subsection 3 of the Local Government Act 1995, appoint Councillor Glenn Cridland to preside over the following items. That's item 10.2.2, response to notice of motion, expression of interest for floating venue trial at Coode Street Jetty. And we might as well do both of them at the same time. Item 10.4.1, which is budget review for the period ended 31 January 2025. Are you happy to move that?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillor Prendeville, are you happy to second that? All right. Councillors, please cast your votes. And Councillor Choi, how do you vote?
That's fine, Mr Mayor, but I just had a question.
Not really one that we can do questions
Can't
on.
do now? Okay,
No.
problem. Okay, thank you, that's fine.
All right, thanks. That was unanimous. So councillors, I will now vacate the chamber for the duration of this item. If someone could come and get me after the item is concluded, that'd be really nice, and I'll see you all soon. And Councillor Cridland, I'm going to leave you the run sheet here in case you need it, but please don't accidentally pick it up and take it back with you, because then that would be bad for me.
It's getting very confusing here. I don't know which one of the mics to use. Oh my God. We've got stereo. All right, that's as good as it gets tonight. So we're up to 10.2.2. We have an officer recommendation, but we also have an alternative motion from Councillor Nick Coveney. Now, Councillor Coveney, do you wish to move your alternative?
Yes, please.
All right. But the issue is, do you have a seconder? Councillor Prendeville. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Did you want me to read the alternative motion first and then go straight into the reasons, or procedurally, what's the best way to deal with it?
Oh, you're trying to make me look bad, aren't you? asking me
myself look
questions. Is it up on the screen? Yes. If it's up on the screen, my thoughts are you probably don't need to read out what the actual motion is unless Councillor Choi doesn't know what it is.
I think for the
I
benefit
know
of
it
the
is.
audio, it might be beneficial just for the benefit of the audio that I read out.
Okay. Yes, good point.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. So my alternative motion adds a paragraph 2 and 3 to the administration's motion, which is paragraph 1. That's what's already there. So my paragraph 2 reads, notes that the RAFT is preparing a Part 5 application under the Swan and Canning River Management Act 2006 to redesign the venue and relocate to Node 1 Men Street as identified in the South Perth Foreshore Management Plan. And my number 3 paragraph reads, request the CEO to undertake an expression of interest for a temporary small-scale cafe and or a temporary food and beverage outlet to be operated at Node 2 Coode Street as described in the South Perth Foreshore Strategy and Management Plan. And the expression of interest is to include information relating to the statutory approvals process. So that's the wording. May I now go into the reasons, please? Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Last year, Council unanimously voted for the CEO to write to the DBCA seeking their in-principle support for a floating food and beverage venue at Node 2. The DBCA has indicated that Node 2 is better suited for a small-scale cafe and pop-up food and beverage options, and that a floating venue is more appropriate at Node 1. The RAFT have since indicated they are preparing an application to rebrand and redesign their venue to a restaurant and to relocate to Node 1 Men Street. The question is what we do now. Do we push ahead anyway? Do we do nothing? Or do we proceed with the direction of the DBCA? My view is we proceed with the direction of the DBCA. The first aspect of my motion, being paragraph 2, simply seeks that Council note that the RAFT is making an application to refit and rebrand to relocate to Node 1 as a restaurant. It should be uncontroversial. It is merely an acknowledgement of the state of play, just as paragraph 1, written by the administration, is a note as well. It's just the state of play. The second aspect of my motion, being paragraph 3, seeks the EOI for a temporary small-scale cafe and pop-up food and beverage options at Node 2, as is supported by the DBCA. Our community survey in the outcomes report told us that 4 in 5 residents want more pop-up vans year-round, and 3 in 4 residents want an additional cafe and kiosk. That is overwhelming community support. This support makes sense given the limits of the current options. Streets only operates in the evenings a few months a year. The acai corner only operates in the mornings and offers acai bowls and coffee. And the boat shed isn't open for lunch and dinner every day, and residents tell me it's in need of a facelift. I've spoken with the administration and they don't think we need to write to any external agencies again before going out for an EOI at Node 2. They do, however, say the motion is unnecessary, as they do EOIs anyway. But when one looks at the EOI document, there's actually no focus on Node 2, let alone the offerings that are suggested in the community survey by the DBCA and in this motion. In this entire EOI document, there's 2 small paragraphs. One which talks about the south of the boat shed, and food isn't even mentioned, and the other is the west of the Coode Street, which says food and beverage has to be tied to an event. But what about food and beverage options not tied to an event? What about food and beverage options to the east of Coode Street, which still falls within Node 2? And just for illustrative purposes, so everyone can kind of see my point about there not being a focus on Node 2 in this EOI document that we put out, I just want to visually show everyone what it looks like. So this is the document. And this is how much of a mention you get about Coode Street in the whole document. It doesn't appear again because it's not the focus. The administration also says that an EOI ought to wait until Node 2 is redeveloped. I disagree. There has been no progress towards that redevelopment other than the notice of motion I brought last year to put concept plans in the budget. There was no difficulty in building new change rooms and toilets at Node 2, $1 million on toilets, without this redevelopment. And what I'm proposing in this motion is a pop-up, which means it's movable and it's small scale. I've said it before and I will say it again, our community is pleading for activation. Our foreshore plan is 10 years old and we have made very little progress to what was envisioned. Will we continue with the status quo or will we start listening to our community? Thank you.
Councillor Prendiville.
Thank you, Councillor Cridden. I'll be brief. I seconded this motion and I'd like to show my support for it. I think my family and I spend countless days down along our South Perth foreshore and evenings, and we're enjoying the outdoors, the space, doing some exercise, sitting down. And we often come up with those conversations of, wouldn't it be nice if there was, and because like a lot of other community members, there's a lacking. It's a fine balance between, obviously looking after what's there, looking after our environment, but also giving the people something to do when they're down there. A little pop-up cafe, something a bit exciting. I think this is really the way forward. I know we love the acai corner down there, but it's just all not enough. And I think we have a real amazing opportunity, especially around Coode Street, to add to what is there and just encourage and support the families that are down there, all day, every day, not just Thursday to Sunday during the summer, but every day throughout the year. So, for those reasons and everything that Councillor Coveney has talked about, I'm supporting this alternative motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prendiville. So we've had two people speak in favour of this motion. Would someone or would anyone like to speak in opposition? A question?
I have.
Sorry, Councillor Choi, was that a question or you're going to speak against?
Oh, and I have some questions, please, just when you're ready. Thanks.
All righty, I'll get to you in a sec. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, you had a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Presiding Member. Just with regard to the undertaking of an expression of interest, maybe if the administration can provide some insight as to whether you'd ordinarily be going through reviews with regard to activation and undertaking further consultation with community in order to enter into arrangements for expression of interest to activate the areas.
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. I don't think we would go out to further community engagement because we already have the outcomes from the engagement report and as part of the foreshore management plan already. So we do have quite extensive feedback as to what type of events and activations the community would like to see at various nodes along the foreshore. In terms of the process itself, we can prepare and revise the EOI documentation to reflect those findings already and put that out. Having an EOI process, and we would usually undertake that from mid-March onwards, doesn't preclude prospective business owners or applicants coming to us at any point during the year to seek a licence agreement over any portion of the foreshore. What we would do when we receive an application like that is to see whether it aligns with Council's adopted plans and strategies, including South Perth Foreshore Management Plan, see whether the need has already been provided by another operator in close proximity along the foreshore, see how it relates to any existing hard infrastructure or businesses, bricks and mortar type businesses in the area, and effectively just undertake an evaluation to see whether that is an appropriate business to be located there. Unfortunately, even if we seek to have certain types of businesses operate on the foreshore, it may be the case that the city doesn't receive an EOI from the businesses in that respect. So as much as we would try and encourage certain types of activations at certain points along the foreshore, it may be the case that we receive no expressions of interest during the process.
Councillor Brenda O'Brien, you have a follow-up?
Thank you very much, Councillor Cridland, and thank you, Director Shaw. Just again, following on from some of your comments. Firstly, the paragraph 3 that's been included doesn't give a time frame to actually undertake the expression of interest. Is the administration in a place to be able to undertake this work given your existing work program? I'm just mindful when councillors bring motions to the table, it does increase the workflow and the burden on the administration, and we do tend to put forward a lot of motions, amendments and alternates.
I think the CEO will take that question.
I might start, and if I need any additional information, Director Shaw can add it in. We do an EOI every year in the middle of March for activations on the foreshore anyway, so that work is already in place. We can certainly amend the document to the extent, if it was needed, to provide more emphasis on Node 2 or other things contemplated by this. And so there would be little or no additional work required.
That exhausts your questions. Councillor Choi, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Presiding Member. Firstly, does the City have any information or advice for Council on the RASP reported proposal, and what would be the ordinary process for such a proposal, please?
Sorry, could you just say that again slightly more slowly, Councillor Choi?
Oh, sorry, Mr Presiding Member. Yes, I'll slow down. Does the City have any information or advice for Council on the RASP reported proposal as outlined in the motion? And what would be the ordinary process for such a proposal, please?
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. The RAFT hasn't submitted a formal development application. If an application was submitted, it would be a Part 5 application under the Swan and Canning Rivers Management Act. The application would be received by the City, and within 7 days we would need to refer that application to the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions for their consideration. The department would then undertake public consultation on the proposal, and at the same time the City would have 42 days to provide its statutory assessment and comments back to the DBCA to enable them to make a recommendation to Swan River Trust and to the Minister for Environment to determine that application.
Thank you. Councillor Choi, did you have further questions?
Mr Presiding Member and Director Shaw. Just wondering what the implications are, if any, with supporting paragraphs 1 and 2 as outlined. Like, is there any risk with noting these activities? As I can't really see any at this point, so I was wondering what the City's view is on that.
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. In terms of Part 3, I think there's low risk for that because, as the CEO mentioned, the City undertakes an EOI process in any instance, so we would simply update documentation to reflect the intent of that provision. In terms of Part 2, there may be some reputational damage potentially. We wouldn't typically comment on a private business on their intentions on making an application because the application hasn't actually been lodged yet. So we haven't actually seen the final design that would be submitted. So that's something that Council could consider. But in any instance, the city would undertake its statutory assessment of the application if and when it was submitted.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Councillor Choi.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Member, and again to Director Shaw. So just looking, I think I'm just referring back to Director Shaw's previous answer to another question in relation to food and beverage options on the Coode Street foreshore referred to as Node 2, and what the DBCA may or may not approve, and the actual South Perth management for South Perth foreshore strategy and management plan, what it outlines there. So I'm just wondering, does the city think that the motion as amended by Councillor Coveney fits in with those guiding documents and the DBCA's response, please?
Director Shaw.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. I believe it does. The advice that has been provided by the DBCA states that they would be prepared to consider a floating venue at Menn Street. Their advice is also that whilst they wouldn't consider a permanent development at Coode Street for a restaurant and such, they would be prepared to accept pop-up and mobile food type vendors at Coode Street.
Thank you, Director Shaw. Are those your questions, Councillor Choi?
I just have a couple more, thanks, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Presiding Member.
Okay.
So I understand also Director Shaw and I think CEO Bradford have mentioned about the annual EOI, that expression of interest that usually goes out each year, and I believe it is around March, which is only like next month. And I was just wondering, I think CEO Bradford's already answered this question, that that the city is capable of incorporating the intentions of paragraph 3 of this motion into that EOI before it goes out in March. And I'm just wondering how would that work? Because when I was looking at that section of the EOI that gratefully I received from the city, it is as what Councillor Coveney has outlined. It's the food and beverage options are related to a specific event and only for that event. Is that correct? And if so, is it able to be amended so as to avoid duplication of extra EOIs going out at different times, please?
I'll pass this question to the CEO.
Thanks, Councillor Cridland. The EOI document that you are all referring to is the one used last year. We would easily modify it to accommodate any requirements from this notice of motion. I'd also note that the document that's being referred to is the EOI response form. The manner in which we advertise the EOI is on the website and other places, has a bunch of text associated with it, which we would incorporate additional wording into that as well. And that's actually what attracts people's attention in the first instance. And we also encourage them to speak with us if they're thinking about submitting the form and assist them to fill out the form.
Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Mr. Presiding Member, and to CEO Bradford. And so just flowing from all that then, is Councillor Coveney just wondering if he is amenable to amending his notice of motion to reflect that intent, I guess, as per the advice of the CEO, so we don't have that duplication of the EOI process, especially when there's one upcoming, and it seems to be that it can be that section of the EOI documents can be amended to reflect the intent in any case.
No. Councillor Choi, I'm going to hand over to the CEO because I think he's got a response to the issue that you've raised in that question.
I think if you're suggesting that we would run 2 EOIs, that is not correct. We would incorporate the changes necessary into a single EOI. That would be more, and I could satisfy that requirements at point 3 by doing so.
Are those your questions, Councillor Choi?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Presiding Member, and to CEO Bradford again. So I'm just wondering, in relation to paragraph 3, whether this motion is, I hate to say it, but somewhat superfluous then if it's going to be done anyway. Is that what I'm hearing, or is it going to be done because of the motion and because of this discussion we're having now?
I'll hand over to the CEO.
Well, we do an EOI every year. we can certainly modify it to emphasise no to, and that is an operational matter that we can accommodate.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this motion now? Right. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, a follow-up question.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Just earlier on, we heard that the comment from the administration was that the EOI should be delayed until No 2 has been developed. If the administration could please comment as to reasoning for the development to precede any EOI.
I think I'll hand over to the CEO.
I'll have a crack. I think that an EOI in that circumstance was referring to a permanent cafe, whereas this EOI is around temporary. And the difference being that an EOI for temporary activations revolve around an issue of licences, which we do, like we have for streets, and we don't need endorsement of DBCA to do that. Whereas a permanent cafe would need a site, it would need land excise from the reserve by DPLH, and then it would need a lease, and then it would need a sublease, and all of those processes. And so that's the difference.
All right. Final question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cridland, and thank you, CEO. Just a final question, just to clarify. So if this EOI could be incorporated into March, there is no need for us to actually have this as a separate motion. Is that correct?
CEO?
I think we can incorporate any of the requirements identified in paragraph 3 into our existing processes.
All right.
Councillor Cridland, it's a separate process. It's not the same process. The way it's written, it's separate, and that's how it's intended.
I'm sorry, you've lost me.
I believe the CEO is saying that they can make amendments pursuant to the existing EOI document that goes out about the entire foreshore. But that's not what the wording of this motion says or what it intends. It wants a specific EOI for this specific location for this specific purpose.
All right. Okay. We are straying a little from ordinary debate. We've had a large amount of questions. I think we should probably get back onto the straight and narrow. So is there anyone to speak against the motion at this stage? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Yes, look, I'll be speaking against this motion. As we've just heard from the administration, in March we'll be undertaking an EOI process, which could take into consideration No 2. So my view is where we've actually got processes that do get undertaken ordinarily in the course of business, to reduce the burden on the administration, we should be using those processes and not singling out particular activities, locations or events that need additional attention. So for that reason, I don't see any purpose to this item at all. The CEO has confirmed quite clearly this can be incorporated into the process that is undertaken next month, and therefore we do not need motions like this. And for that reason, I won't be supporting a motion that is superfluous.
All right. Do we have a speaker for the motion? All right. I'll speak for it very briefly. I think it's a very good idea to try and activate this city. We are known as Dullsville, and we have done a few great things in the past. We've had some wonderful concerts down on the foreshore. We had historically some wonderful Australia Day events down there with hundreds of thousands of people. And I do remember once when we had a period where we had Embargo Bar down on Node 2, and how great was that? I don't think I am aware of anything more popular than that. So to the extent that this says, well, let's put out the expression of interest for that sort of stuff, I think that would be brilliant to make South Perth more interesting. And yes, it's timely because the expressions of interests are going out shortly. And yes, the city has said that it can do specifically this sort of expression of interest in the normal timing that it would do it. So it sounds like it's not a big task for the city to respond to this motion because they're going to do the work anyway. I don't think it's superfluous. And I support it because I want to see a bit more fun and life down there on the river. So thank you to Councillor Coveney for another activation motion. Is there someone to speak against it now?
Mr. Presiding Member?
So just hold on, Councillor Choi. I've got a hand up from Councillor Navard. So presumably she's going to speak against the motion at this stage.
Yes, my particular concern is the point 2 in the opening paragraph about the notes that the raft is preparing a Part 5 application. I just don't see that we would normally publish that kind of information in our briefing sessions. We don't report on what businesses are doing, and I also think that it's probably unwise to do so because it can set up expectations that may not be fulfilled, and clearly it won't have anything to do with us. It would be something to do with the business and whatever negotiations they had with the appropriate department. And so for that reason, I'm kind of having to reject the rest of the proposal. Thanks.
All right. Do we have a speaker for the motion? Do we have anyone else to speak against the motion? Councillor Choi, I heard your voice before.
Thanks, Mr. Presiding Member. I just want to clarify. I feel like I'm hearing a bit of conflicting views here. Maybe it's just me. But I'm understanding that Councillor Coveney wants this to be a separate, specific EOI just for Node 2, even though CEO Bradford has confirmed that the city can include the intent of that motion for Node 2 into the upcoming EOI for the foreshore. And I also understand that CEO Bradford said there wouldn't be two separate EOIs, or there shouldn't be two separate EOIs going at the same time, like one for the whole foreshore, one again specifically just for one area. Is that correct?
Well, I'll hand over to the CEO.
I did originally believe that, and I believe it could be incorporated into the one EOI. Councillor Coveney's made it clear that he wants a separate EOI.
All right. Are there any... who was the last speaker? Councillor Navard, who spoke against. Are there any other councillors who would like to speak on this matter? All right. That takes us back to a summing up, winding up, whatever, a closing. So I'll hand over to Councillor Coveney.
Thank you, Councillor Grisland. I'll be brief. Look, paragraph 2 about Node 1, it's a note. It makes sense that there is a note in circumstances where it's in response to to something that we put out as a council saying we wanted a floating venue around the foreshore. So that's why it's appropriate in this circumstance, because it's noting what's happened consequently, just as paragraph 1 does. There is no risk in making a note. My fellow lawyers on council will be bewildered at the suggestion that noting something is dangerous. We're not supporting something, we're noting something happening. My fellow lawyers would do it in their day-to-day job, so I'm just, to be honest, I just find it bizarre that it could be seen as anything other than practical and sensible. But anyway, in relation to Node 2, paragraph 3, the proof is in the pudding. the fact that we don't have more down there shows that our existing processes don't work because it hasn't been a focus. So I don't know why the suggestion that we should do the same thing is going to produce any different result. That is why this is a focus. We had the outcomes report of 2022 and nothing's happened since then. It's been 3 years. So again, I'm just bewildered at the suggestion that we would do the same thing and we'd get a different result. So this is about activation. This is about listening to our residents. This is about actually doing something with the foreshore.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. And that brings us to the vote on the item. Councillor Choi, what would you like to vote? How would you like to vote? Yes or no?
Negative, please. No, please.
Negative? All right.
Yes, please.
That makes the motion passed 4 votes to 3. Does it come up? Right. Okay. I've got a screen in front of me, so hopefully I'll read this out correctly. The votes against the motion were Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Choi and Councillor Navard. And the councillors who voted for the item, Councillor Coveney, Councillor Cridland, Councillor D'Souza and Councillor Prendeville. So that finishes that item. Now, taking things out of sequence seems the logical way for me to deal with this, given that the Mayor is out of the meeting rather than bringing him in and sending him back out again. So I have determined that we will go to item 10.4.1, which is the budget review. Now, we have an alternative. Now, Councillor Choi, I'm going to offer you the opportunity to start off with moving your alternative motion. Do you have a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Cridland, just a quick clarifying question. So if Councillor Choi moves this, it'll become the substantive and then I can move my amendment subsequent to that? Yep.
That is correct. Now, Councillor Choi, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Presiding Member.
I'll just hold fast for a second. I've got a point of order here from Councillor Coveney.
No, I was just going to second the motion. I think you asked for a seconder before.
Yes, well, again, I withdraw that comment. It wasn't a point of order. You've got a seconder, Councillor Choi, to your alternative motion for 10.4.1, which is the budget review for the period ended 31 January 2025. Now, would you like to read the motion or do you want me to read it for you before you go into the reasons?
Oh, you can do that if you would like to, Mr. Presiding Member. Thank you.
All right. The alternative motion for Councillor Choi is that Council amends the mid-year budget review to include an amount of $120,000 for the Anstey Street pedestrian crossing and adopts the amended mid-year budget review and changes contained in the Statement of Financial Activity, Attachment A, as well as the detailed changes contained in Attachments B, C and D. That's the alternative motion. I'll now hand over to you, Councillor Choi.
Thanks, Mr. Presiding Member, and also to Councillor Coveney for seconding this. Look, first and foremost, the primary reason behind the request for an Anstey Street pedestrian crossing is to meet community health and safety standards. It is the view that if the Andrew Street precinct as a shared mixed-use public space is going to become built up, and we as a council are standing by such development, then the requisite safety measures that make that developed space safe, as well as convenient and enjoyable to visitors, have to be implemented. and we are responsible, or at a minimum have partial duty as elected members, being charged with adopting our city's budgets to ensure such projects are being undertaken in a timely manner, especially when the opportunity presents, and it has here with Main Roads WA approval and a prior budget allocation. As outlined at the April 2024 Ordinary Council meeting, where my Anstey Street pedestrian crossing motion was unanimously endorsed by Council, I spoke about the conflicts with the increasing growth of the Angelo Street precinct as a mixed-use precinct, commercial, residential, recreational, with the existence of independent retirement living, nursing homes, senior citizen services, schools, daycares, sporting clubs, and short-term tourist accommodation very closely nearby. And as a consequence, heavier road and foot traffic that not only have witnesses reported many near misses, but also actual incidents between cars and cars, cars and pedestrians, pedestrians and cyclists or scooter riders in that area. Receiving first-hand victim or witness accounts of these experiences from residents is unsettling and concerning, and I feel that we are charged to do whatever we can to make our residents feel safe in their own street or suburb where we are able within our elected capacity. I understand that Main Roads WA confirmed with the City at the end of 2024 that they approve of and are able to install the pedestrian crossing. I know the City's estimates for the works have increased, but that's, I believe, because Main Roads WA have increased the safety aspect of the works. Delaying the work now will not, I understand, only likely escalate those costs even further, but may also delay Main Roads WA capacity to perform the works, resulting in even further delay for the community, this community safety initiative. Hence, the view is time is of the essence, and the proposed works need to be added back into the mid-year budget so that the City can get on with it and fulfil the work required for the community. I understand, as advised by the relevant City officer, that the precinct could lose some parking bays in order to deliver the works to the recommended level of safety standard required. This would, of course, be undesirable, but it is the view this is a safety issue and quite a serious one that is trying to be addressed, and as supported by Main Roads WA, which is not simply going to go away. Furthermore, along with the several car parks and on-street parking options in and around the precinct already available, there is, I believe, other car bays that could belong to or are managed by the City that are perhaps being underutilised, and I've already submitted a council request seeking information on these. And if it is the case, hopefully some action by the City administratively in releasing these bays to the public where practicable in due course can be achieved. There is, of course, also the City's continued plans and works, I believe, on arranging and catering for other forms of transport, including end-of-trip facilities throughout our growing town centre precincts, including Angelo Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Now, Councillor Coveney, to you.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Look, that part of the road is inherently dangerous. As Councillor Choi said, there are a few old persons' homes around. There's also 3 primary schools. You've got South Perth Primary, St Columbus and Wesley. Personally, I use that part of the road to get to Coles probably every second day. I don't live too far away. And I spent Friday sitting with some old people watching it again for a period of time just to see how dangerous it is. You've got cars flanked on either side of that corner where you lose any visibility, and there's no pedestrian crossing. So you're playing Russian roulette, and whilst some of us are more well-abled, I would suggest that a lot of residents around that area aren't. We, as I said, recognised that it was dangerous when we put it in the budget, and I accept that it has gone up. But we still have in excess of $1 million over and above what we anticipated if we proceed, and I think our residents would be disappointed in us if we didn't put their safety first. I think we probably need some speed humps in that area as well, but that's something to discuss at a different date. So look, I commend Councillor Choi for advocating hard for this. She is clearly listening to the community, and so am I. So I would encourage you all to vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Do we have anyone to speak against this motion? Councillor Prendiville, you have a question? Yes.
Thank you, Presiding Member. Just had a question for the City in regards to the car park bays. I think we were set to lose about 5, possibly. What then happens to those bays? And is there an opportunity there within that space to do something nice?
Director Shaw, is that for you or not? Anita. Okay. Director Ramprimo.
Yeah, thank you, presiding member. So I believe it's 5 or 6 bays that we lose, and the scope of the project hasn't included to do anything fancy with the area, for want of a better word, but it's certainly something that we can look at within the works.
Yes, a further question?
Sorry, just to clarify, so if this does go ahead, what happens to those bays? What happens to?
Director Ramprimo.
Thank you, presiding member. So they become effectively part of the footpath so that they can't be used by vehicles because we have to maintain the sight lines to the pedestrian crossing.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. I seek to move my amendment at this point.
Right. Okay. Now that's the amendment 10.4.1. All right. Do you have a seconder for that motion? Amendment. Councillor Coveney. All right. Over to you, Councillor De Souza, if you could read out your amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland, and I do support what Councillor Choi has proposed, and noting this amendment now amends the substantive motion, which is Councillor Choi's, which is on the floor. So my amendment is as follows: that Council amends the mid-year budget review to include an amount of $30,000 for additional maintenance to the Karrawara pedestrian access ways, and adopts the amended mid-year budget review and changes contained in the Statement of Financial Activity at Attachments A, as well as the detailed changes contained in Attachments B, C and D. And 2, considers further allocation of $200,000 during the 2025-26 budget process to enhance landscaping, watering, lighting, wayfinding and other improvements to the Karrawara laneways and greenways. And my reasons are, to put it shortly, the city spend on the Karrawara laneways and greenways needs to be lifted to meet public expectations. I'll keep it brief, elected members. This amendment is part urban upgrading, urban regeneration, and part crime prevention. The laneways and greenways in Karrawara have been a continual sore point in the area for locals, and they want to see real investment made to maintain the ones we leave open. And of course, I didn't anticipate we'd be dealing with this after the item 10.3.1. But regardless, I feel Council needs to take a firm stance on these issues. I'm grateful to Director Ramprimo. I had a conversation with her indicating that, obviously the city's capacity to implement programs in the next 4 months is constrained. However, $30,000 would be a reasonable amount for initial works around signage, around wayfinding, at least to get the ball rolling. And then part 2 of my motion addresses a more substantial spend, or exploring that spend during the budget cycle, so that we can really put and invest more in the area which needs more funding. So I thank Council for consideration and encourage you to support this amendment.
All right, Councillor Coveney, you're now seconding this amendment to the alternative. So if you would like to speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Look, crime is up in South Perth. 1 in 5 Karrawara residents have experienced property-related crime, compared to 1 in 28 in Australia, which is pretty bloody alarming. Councillor De Souza's amendments, in my view, are common sense amendments to assist in combating crime, to show the residents of South Perth, and in particular Karrawara, that we're listening to them, and to really give Karrawara some much needed love. Councillor D'Souza's finger really is on the pulse when it comes to his ward and this particular issue. I commend him for bringing this motion, and I would encourage everyone to get behind it. Crime is something that we must all combat together, and this is one way in which we can achieve it.
You sound a bit like Batman there, Councillor Coveney, can I say. Right, so we've had the mover and the seconder in respect of this, which is just the amendment to the alternative. So if we can focus on the fact that we're just in the amendment, is there anyone who wants to speak against the amendment? Councillor Brenda or Brandis, you wish to speak against?
Councillor Cridland, I have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so with regard to the $30,000 that's been proposed to be spent in 24-25 financial year, can the administration please advise whether you have the capacity to undertake the works required, or should that be as part of the 25-26 year, given I understand you've got a very intense work program and also a capital works program, would you be able to undertake this work in the current year?
Director Anne Premo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So discussions with the councillor was around the figure of 30,000 based on questions that we had with an external supplier, one of the contractors that we use, on their capacity to deliver some work. So we wouldn't deliver this in-house, we would engage an external contractor to do it, and we believe they have a small amount of capacity that they could do some work in the area.
Councillor Brenda or Brandis.
Thank you, Director Anne Premo and Councillor Cridland. For the 30,000 asked for the 24-25 year to undertake the small amount of works, could that be accommodated from existing budget, or does it need an amendment? That's my first question. And the second question with regard to this is, what would we be receiving by way of works for the $30,000?
Director Anne Premo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So, as you may appreciate, we've had limited time to develop a scope for the work, but we would anticipate it would be restricted to some vegetation management and some installation of mulching, maybe removing any superfluous signage that may be in the area, works of that nature. And in terms of whether or not we can accommodate it within the existing budget, look, our operational budgets, as you can probably anticipate, are difficult to predict where we will precisely end up at the 30th of June, because some of it depends on a whole variety of factors out there, including the weather, which is outside of our control. But a lot of our contracted services budget is in fact earmarked for different activities. So my preference would be that if council so wished to support this, that there was an explicit line item in the budget, mid-year budget review.
Councillor Brenda or Brandis.
Thank you, Director Anne Premo. Thank you, Councillor Cridland. With regard to the $30,000 worth of works anticipated, would it be beneficial to include it as part of the further allocation of $200,000 as one program of works for economies of scale and also synergies and timeliness?
Director Anne Premo.
Thank you, Presiding Member. So the work that we would do in the current financial year would be essentially tidying up the area, what we can do within those resources. I would anticipate, although it would be subject to discussions with council during the budget setting process, that the 200,000 that's proposed to be considered in that process, there would be a scope and a specific project that would be defined through that process. So potentially two slightly different approaches.
Councillor Brenda or Brandis.
Thank you, Director Anne Premo. Thank you, Councillor Cridland. With regard to the $200,000, so that's a further allocation for the 25-26 budget year. firstly, is most of this going to be capital? And I see that this is a further allocation, so I was just wondering what was the baseline allocation that was anticipated for capital works at Karrawara?
Director Adams.
So we haven't undertaken the budgeting processes for next financial year yet. So we don't know what the budget allocation will be for the capital works in that particular area. But this second part of this amendment really only puts it on the radar for the budget workshop discussions because it does have to do with next year's budget. So nothing can be set in stone until that particular budget is adopted. So all this would mean that it is a particular consideration during the budget workshops where we often ask for councillors to put forward their priorities for capital projects. This would form part of that discussion around what allocation of capital would go to what particular projects.
All right. So do we have anyone to speak against this amendment? Do we have anyone who wishes to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Yes.
Sorry, what was that, Councillor Choi?
Mr. Presiding Member, can I just ask something?
Yes, Councillor Choi.
I just want to clarify that I believe that it's a procedural question, that I believe that my motion was an amended motion, not an alternative. Can I just get that clarified with administration, please?
The advice that I've received. Oh, I've got someone from staff who, Director Adams, who looks keen to answer this much better than I can. Director Adams.
So, Councillor Choi, your motion was moved as an alternate motion, which means it just means that you don't go through the process of moving and seconding the officer's recommendation, then amending it, and then doing a further amendment to it. So yours is moved as the substantive motion because it was moved and seconded before the officer's recommendation was. And now we're going through the process of making an amendment, much like we would have to the officer's recommendation if that had been moved and seconded. So it's just the process of dealing with the amendments, and then if this amendment is successful, it forms part of the substantive motion, which is your alternate motion, and then you vote on the whole thing after that.
All right, we were just about to have a speaker, and I think that was Councillor Brenda Abrandis, so over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. I will be supporting this motion this evening. Whilst I don't feel it's value for money to do small tranches of work, and they should be incorporated to a larger program. So that process is to commence very shortly. The 25-26 program with regard to budget process. I'm aware the administration have been working closely with members of the community with regard to lighting upgrades and making sure that there is actually a higher level of safety in the area, and appreciate the amount of work and capital that's already been incurred with regard to lighting infrastructure. With regard to the 30,000, I don't see that as being the real value to improve safety in any way. It will just be a precursor, a start to the bigger project, which we'll be undertaking hopefully in 25-26, and hopefully have a full budget allocation for Karrawara, its paws and laneways. Included in that would be the landscaping, watering, wayfinding. So pedestrian access, pedestrian-friendly places, as well as the ongoing greening, which I agree a lot of the community have been discussing with regard to improving that environment. So I think with regard to the budget allocation, whilst this is a further allocation of $200,000 for next year for predominantly capital works, I think that the budget process will, as Director Adams has indicated, that process will determine the extent of the funding required to consider the green spaces in Karrawara and the pedestrian accesses. So for that reason, I will be supporting this item tonight. It is an area that's been significantly underinvested, so this would be quite an uplift. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the item? Gone. Over to you, Councillor Blake D'Souza, to close in respect of this proposed amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. We are in a fortunate position as a city, given that in the 7 years I've been on council, this is the second year we've posted an operating surplus. And for the newer councillors, that is no mean feat. It's taken years of hard work and determination by the city staff and by council. And in that context, having an upward revision of almost $1 million, an ask of 30K on behalf of the people of Karrawara really isn't too much to ask. And I think we could wait until the budget process, but I think a modest ask now is the optimal solution. So I ask for your support.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. Councillor Choi, how would you like to vote? Yes or no?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Presiding Member.
Thank you. It seems that we have one person who has not voted. All right. Well, that makes it unanimous amongst those of us who are here. The amendment to the alternate has passed, so that the alternative motion of Councillor Choi, as amended, is now the substantive motion. So I'm not sure whether we were up to people speaking for or against. So is there anyone who would like to speak either way? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Councillor Cridland. I actually had a couple of questions with regard to this item. So I think the first question is, just there's been a significant increase in this project cost, I think by about, it was about 25%, I think, of the original cost estimate. Can I just have a bit of an overview as to the significant increase for this item?
Director Anne Primo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. So there's some significant increases around when we got into detailed discussions with Main Roads WA around the design and the requirement for lighting for the safe use of the crossing during hours of darkness. The infrastructure in that area, as Council will be aware, for other projects relating to electrical infrastructure is complex and costly, and that is one of the main drivers for the significant increase in costs.
All right, Councillor Brenda Abrandis, more questions?
Thank you, Director Anne Primo. Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Yes, I have a few more questions with regard to this item. Again, we've got a very busy capital works program through to the end of the year and only 4 months left. So with regard to this particular undertaking, would we be able to complete it in the 24-25 year, given that we need to do the design, and I don't know if there needs to be additional consultation first, but do we have the ability to take it on in 24-25, or should this be a budget amendment for 25-26 year?
Director Anne Primo.
Yeah, thank you, Presiding Member. So the difference with this project, as opposed to other things that may be added in at the mid-year budget review, was we progressed as if we were delivering this. The reason, and we took that up to approval stage with Main Roads WA, and essentially to get to that point, we had to design the crossing and do several reiterations of the design to get to that approval point. So we are at a stage now where if council endorse this in the mid-year budget review, then we would go to market and go ahead with the work. So whether it was all fully installed by 30th of June, depending on how quickly we get that out, possibly not quite, but certainly we would be able to proceed with it very shortly. So it is ready to go to the market. The reason we didn't proceed was the significant change in costs from when council considered this at budget setting time.
Thank you, Director Amprimo.
Yes, and that's it? All right. Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Okay. Councillor Choi, would you like to close this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Member. Look, this amendment is presented on behalf of residents concerned about theirs and others' safety in and around one of the busiest areas of South Perth, which area is only expected to get busier in light of Local Planning Scheme 7 and the changes to short-term accommodation or short-stay accommodation. With a significant budget surplus anticipated of over $1 million, the proposed delay is considered unnecessary, although I understand why the city has pulled it out of the immediate budget due to the escalation in unforeseen costs. But as we've just heard, the city's already commenced the works and is ready to proceed by the sounds of it. So any delay now in addressing this ongoing long-standing safety concern of residents and with some potentially dire consequences should be reason enough for council to endorse this motion and allow this project to remain getting underway as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. We'll put the alternative motion as amended to the vote now. Councillor Choi, would you like to vote on this item?
Yes, please.
And how would you like to vote?
Oh, yes, that's a yes, Mr. Presiding Member, sorry.
All right. In that case, the suspense, Councillor Choi, your motion was passed unanimously. And that takes it to the end of me being up in the big chair. I'm going to call a break for 5 minutes for comfort purposes, and then we will have the Mayor back. So the time now is 8:17. Let's make it 8:25.
Maybe give us 20 seconds and then we'll count in. All right, welcome back everyone. I understand that items 10.2.2 and 10.4.1 have now been resolved. We'll jump back to item 10.3.1 because that's the next item that's been withdrawn for discussion this evening that hasn't been addressed yet. The item is entitled Draft Karrawara Pedestrian and Cycle Access Plan, Final Adoption. I am aware that Councillor Blake D'Souza has an alternative motion, so I'll give him the opportunity to move that now. Councillor D'Souza, would you like to move that motion?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Yes, I would.
Okay, if you could please read your alternative motion and then I'll see about a seconder.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The motion is as follows, that Council 1 adopts the draft Karrawara Pedestrian and Cycle Access Plan, or the plan, as contained at Attachment A, subject to pedestrian accessway 30 between Beanon Close and Yallambie Place being modified to non-essential.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to second? Councillor Coveney, Councillor D'Souza, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The reasons for change are as follows. The officer report found the following about Pool 30. A, pedestrian usage, that is the city's pedestrian count, showed no movement, that is no persons counted during the duration of the survey period. B, a poor rating in respect to passive surveillance. C, a safety score of 7, which indicates medium vulnerability. And D, both the passive surveillance and the safety score is the same rating as poor number 28, which is the one next to it, which is being closed due to safety and security concerns. 2, all of these above are sufficient reasons to revert to the non-essential classification as per the initial officer report. Elected members, between the initial report and this final plan, there were 6 laneways, 6 PAWs, 5 or 6, which changed classifications. I'm merely proposing to change one of them back. I think that's a modest ask. And I just want to also thank the city staff for this enormous body of work, which hopefully provides clarity going forward on how council approaches the issue of the pause.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Coveney, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Briefly, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, crime is up in South Perth. We've got 1 in 5 residents in Karrawara that are at risk of a property-related crime compared to 1 in 28 in Australia, and that is totally unacceptable. These stats won't change by themselves unless someone does something about it. Councillor D'Souza's proposed change is, in my view, a common sense approach to combating crime in Karrawara.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Councillors, is there anyone who would like to speak against the motion before us? No. Is there anyone else? Oh, Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got a question.
Far away.
So just a comment from the administration with regard to the proposal in this motion for Access Way 30, if the administration could just provide some comments.
Ms Shaw, should I send that your way?
Thank you, Mayor Milner. So in terms of our technical assessment, in terms of how we went about the usage counts, review of infrastructure, etc., and the actual structure of the pedestrian accessway in terms of passive surveillance and the like, the score was such that the city had originally recommended that it be closed. When we went out to the substantial public consultation period, we did receive submissions that requested that this pedestrian accessway remain open. And on that basis, City changed its initial recommendation to modify it to being essential in response to those submissions. So either way it can go. One way, I suppose, addresses some of the comments that were made during the public consultation period. The other way is purely based on the City's technical assessment of the accessway.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Shaw. Just with the same justification applied to Access Way 30, so if we were to apply the same to Access Way 28, would that be the same outcome but for the fact this has actually progressed to state government for valuation process and pending closure?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the other existing pedestrian access way had already received a closure request ahead of this body of work being undertaken by the city. The landowners have agreed to the closure of that pedestrian access way, and it's progressed as far as to the Department of Lands and for valuations being undertaken for that land, an agreement from those landowners to purchase the land. So for that reason, that particular pedestrian access way has substantially commenced to the point that it would be inappropriate for the city to recommend a different outcome for that pedestrian access way.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abrandis?
Thank you, Director Shaw. And final question with regard to this alternative motion. Just with regard to the reasons that have been provided for POR 30, would you consider those reasons are substantial enough to ensure that this pedestrian access laneway is actually non-essential and should possibly be closed? Because obviously the administration's had consultation and considered this access way on its merit and should be retained as essential.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there'd be sufficient enough technical assessment of that access way such that if the landowners sought to close the access way, that could occur. So in terms of the review process, the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage would be taking on board the outcomes of this study itself and the access plan, but they would be considerate of Council's resolution on each of the different pedestrian access ways to inform whether or not they support future closure requests by the landowners themselves.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak against the notice of motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'll keep it quite brief. The administration have actually undertaken a process. They've had consultation, and the indication is that this particular access way should be retained open, so it's essential. Quite a few of the members of the Karrawara community do actually use those laneways quite regularly, and so they've obviously seen the need for the laneways to be open. We've seen just recently from the community feedback that there are actually quite a number of members of the community, including a lot of those that commented on POR number 28, that they should be retained open. So look, I'm sure that when this process was undertaken a few years ago, it was maybe more of a knee-jerk reaction as opposed to really understanding the community, the needs, and maybe some of those other initiatives that could have been undertaken with regard to the green spaces and the access ways earlier. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this one and going against an officer's recommendation. It's obviously been undertaken with diligence and also respondents in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. And I suppose just for clarity, are you foreshadowing the officer recommendation in the event the alternative motion doesn't get up?
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favour of the motion before us? No? Is there anyone else who would like to speak against? No. Councillor Choi, don't want to speak either which way?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
All right. On the absence of any other speakers, Councillor D'Souza, you have 5 minutes to wind up if you would like to do so.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it brief. This final access plan represents the culmination of 4 to 5 years of work since I first brought this issue to Council's attention and put it on the agenda. I think it's important for us to note how modest this amendment is. I agree with what Councillor Brenda Abrandis has said. There are some PORs which are used more than others. For this particular one, this is one of the least used PORs, and this is from the city's own technical advice. From the two reports, the one initially and the one post-consultation, there were 5 or 6 which were changed from non-essential to essential. I'm simply suggesting we change one back. That is a judgment call. So I ask council support for that because I've been contacted by residents who specifically live along Port 30, and I think they should be afforded due consideration because they're the ones who are directly back onto these pores, and therefore their views should be afforded a special consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, I'm now putting Councillor D'Souza's motion to the vote. Please cast your votes. And Councillor Choi, how would you like to vote?
No.
All right. Okay, so the votes are in. Those who voted in favour are Councillor Coveney, Councillor Cridland, Councillor D'Souza, Councillor Navard and Councillor Prendeville. Those who voted against were myself, Councillor Choi and Councillor Brenda Abrandis. The motion passes 5-3. Okay. We now move on to the next item to be withdrawn this evening, which is item 10.3.2, entitled Third Party Digital Advertising Signage, Lot 182, not number 272, Canning Highway, Como. I am aware that Councillor Choi has an alternative motion. Councillor Choi, do you wish to move that alternative motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, if you can please read your alternative motion and then I'll see about a seconder.
So do you want to read the whole alternative? Because really I'm just refusing the application. So do you just want me to read the first paragraph? Because the rest of it is as per what's in the agenda already and should be up on the screen. Is that correct?
It is up on the screen. Okay, that probably removes the need for you to read it out holus bolus then. Okay, well, we've got your alternative motion up on the screen fairly shortly, I think. No, it will be. Anyway, I'll see about it. Does anyone wish to second Councillor Choi's motion? Councillor Navard. So Councillor Navard is the seconder. Councillor Choi, the floor is yours for your reasons.
Oh, okay. So thanks, Mr Mayor. So I'm just confirming that the alternative motion is a recommendation to refuse the application for this development approval for third-party digital advertising sign on 182 number 272 Canning Highway, Como, for the following reasons. The application should be refused on the grounds of character and amenity loss. It is the view that as the sign protrudes above the existing roofline and faces residential areas, the advertising sign with its digital content and light spill may have a detrimental impact on nearby affected residents' amenity. As such, a landscape and visual assessment, or a LAVA, I think it's called, ought to have been undertaken and submitted for review and consideration alongside the application, which it appears it was not. Hobbs Avenue is also known for and well regarded as being within a character area of Como, and this type of a development may impact or adversely detract from not just the existing visual amenity, but also the character of the locality. This motion to refuse is not based on safety, but I think it needs to be mentioned that local knowledge as to the pitfalls of that relevant intersection with known conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians on an extremely busy highway should have also been considered, which it appears it was not. Further, Main Roads WA considered crash data, e.g. the casualty crash rate, with an R, for a 4-year, not 5-year period, as apparently required, and which as a consequence did not show a reported fatality near the site in their assessment. Hence, as an insufficient period may have been reviewed, it could be argued that the crash rate was also therefore underestimated. I'll just leave it there. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. Councillor Navard, you're the seconder. Would you like to speak?
Mr Mayor, my concern actually had come from when I was first reading through the data that related to the justification for the Main Roads decision, and the bit that particularly concerned me was the shift in the timeframes for the 4 years and 5 years calculations. And also the fact that the small table that accompanied the justifications had been based on Wanneroo Road and North Beach Drive. And I thought, well, hang on, how carefully was this all established? And so I do realise that this is going to, should it pass, this alternative, it is going to take us back to a reconsideration. But at the same time, those reconsiderations that we looked at for the digital sign opposite Como Hotel, really, the adjustments came out in our favour. So I just feel that it's worth taking that perspective and acknowledge that there are problems there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Navard. I might just ask a question. I thought I heard Councillor Navard saying that if we were to pass the alternative motion, that it might come back to us as a reconsideration.
No, that's not
Okay, then I will just clarify my understanding. I thought I heard Ms Shaw say last week that if we were to knock the development application back, in other words, pass the alternative motion, this would go to the WAPC for consideration, and the WAPC may well choose to approve the development application without the benefit of the conditions that are currently in the officer recommendation. Have I misunderstood that, Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Councillor...
Could I just clarify?
Of course.
Yes, that's what I was referring to, that there is that risk. But my reference was to a similar procedure with a previous digital sign where we, in fact, did have some level of change and adjustment, and it didn't present an additional risk.
Ms Shaw, I might just throw to you so you can clarify perhaps what council should understand if in the event that we were to pass the alternative motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just in response to the comments of the sign that's on the corner of Canning Highway and South Terrace, the size of that sign was actually exactly the same as this sign. When considering that application, council refused that application, but there were no additional conditions or advice notes provided to the WAPC in the event that they weren't prepared to, or they were prepared to support the application. And so there were no modifications made to that application. The WAPC made its decision without any input from council as to what the conditions should actually be. And as I mentioned earlier, if council resolves to refuse this application, or it resolves to modify any of the conditions recommended by Main Roads Western Australia, the entire application is then referred to the WAPC for its determination. If council supports the alternative motion, which includes the part 2, when the city's referring the application to the WAPC, we would ensure that there's a separate letter accompanying the application that includes the conditions and advice notes that have been recommended in part 2 of the alternative motion.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Just to get the debate on track... Councillor Coveney.
I was just going to speak against the motion, if I may.
Please proceed.
As it was said tonight and last week, in no uncertain terms, if we don't approve this, it may go back to the WAPC and we might lose out on all these extra conditions. So in my view, one bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Thank you, Councillor Coveney. Is there someone who would like to speak in favour of Councillor Choi's motion? Councillor De Souza.
It's a question, Mr Mayor, just based on what Councillor Coveney said. I know this is probably a very discretionary exercise, but how much is the estimation of Director Shaw that the WAPC would effectively water down conditions which we place on this?
That might be asking how long a piece of string is, Councillor De Souza, but I will throw it to Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's correct. I can't anticipate what decision the WAPC might make on the application.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillors, is there anyone who wishes to speak? Councillor Brenda Brandis, question or speaking for or against?
I've got questions, Mr Mayor.
Far away.
Okay. I'd just like to address some of the heritage protected spaces and heritage areas, because I'm just quite aware of Hobbs Avenue, Birdwood Avenue, and some of the surrounding avenues, which have actually got substantial heritage, class homes. So does the administration anticipate that it's possible a heritage protected place or area could be designated within the vicinity of Hobbs Avenue, Birdwood Avenue and the surrounding streets, given the high grade collective of heritage properties in that vicinity?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We would rely on the outcomes of the local heritage survey to determine how many properties are included, to determine whether that would be an appropriate location to justify the special planning control that's needed to conserve and enhance the cultural heritage significance that would be afforded if it was designated a heritage area by council. Based on the nominations that we've received through that process, there have been a number of properties along Hobbs Avenue, and so it is something that we will consider should council ultimately adopt the local heritage survey with those properties included. In terms of the impact on this application though, it wouldn't have any impact because this application is wholly within the primary regional road reserve under the Metropolitan Region Scheme. Heritage areas and the associated requirement for a development application only results for applications considered under the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes regulations on zone land.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Director Shaw. So just with regard to that location, if there was any heritage designation for the area, there wouldn't be any subsequent, I suppose, adjustment to the type of sign, the height, the scale of the signage, and the fact that it's digital?
Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, for the reasons I've mentioned earlier. However, it should be noted that Metropolitan Region Scheme Bill was passed by Parliament in late October last year. The modifications to the Metropolitan Region Scheme text include criteria that would otherwise be considered in the assessment of a development application, even on reserved land. So, for example, there's no provisions within the MRS text at the moment to do with amenity or heritage conservation in the assessment of an application, but they would be included in the new MRS text. However, that doesn't come into effect until the 31st of March 2025, and this application requires a determination ahead of that text.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Director Shaw. With reference to the Australian standard AS 4282, so control of the obtrusive effects of outdoor lighting, I'm just wondering if you could provide some comments with regard to the key aspects of that Australian standard that have been considered with regard to the compliance and the impact for neighbouring residents, and also with regard to the proponent or the applicant, where they've indicated that the level of compliance for those obtrusive effects and measures that they would be undertaking with regard to achieving the compliance.
Ms Muller.
Thank you, through the Chair. So the specific effects on residents that are considered under AS 4282 include the following. The illumination from spill light being obtrusive, particularly where the light enters habitable rooms. The illuminance on surfaces, particularly vertical surfaces, is an indicator of this effect. So, for example, impact from general increase in ambient light due to the light source, such as light intrusion. The direct view of bright luminaires from normal viewing directions, causing annoyance, distraction, or potentially discomfort or disability glare. The luminance intensity of a luminaire in a nominated direction is an indicator of this effect. So, for example, impact from direct view of the light source, such as visual discomfort. And change in luminance in the peripheral vision due to effects such as variable content in signage or even trees moving across bright lights. So the impact from changing lighting conditions such as visual distraction. And the tolerable levels of each of these light technical parameters is influenced by the ambient lighting existing in the environment, where the light technical parameters are being calculated. So in terms of what will be considered for compliance by the city, the lighting impact assessment undertaken by Electrolight dated 10th of December 24, submitted as part of this application, states that the signs will comply with all relevant requirements of AS 4282, subject to the following criteria, which is 1, the signs being designed in accordance with the plans currently being considered. 2, the signs being commissioned to the maximum luminance levels specified by Main Roads WA, and 3, baffles being installed limiting the upward light ratio to no more than 0.45. So accordingly, the City considers the above matters when considering key aspects of compliance under AS 4282. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Another question, Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms Mullen. Just, further with regard to the consultant's report, it contains an assertion that a lava is not required for this location on Canning Highway. So my concern is, could the administration just advise why the lava assessment has been considered not appropriate for this assessment? So is that reasonable that it should not be undertaken and be a measure for mitigating lighting impacts and the caused by the effects of that advertising?
Ms Mullen.
Thank you, through the Chair. The City considers the general amenity of the area and the overall streetscape in which the proposal is to be considered. This site is obviously contained entirely within a primary regional road reserve, so the context of the site and that location must be considered. By its very nature, Canning Highway is not residential in nature, and I considered that officers can undertake a visual assessment themselves without the requirement of that additional plan. And in addition, obviously, we have the comments of Main Roads who have supported the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Another question, Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms Mullen. On the agenda, page 37, the third bullet point under section G notes that the City and MRWA have not identified safety concerns regarding the proposal. Could I just have clarification with regard to that statement? Because I was of the understanding that the City wasn't engaged in assessing the safety aspects from the agenda briefing, but that point refers to the City and MRWA having not identified safety concerns, so the City not identifying safety concerns.
Ms Mullen.
Thank you, through the Chair. The City obviously undertakes internal consultation with the engineers employed by the City, who would also be aware of accident data and the general configuration of the road in that vicinity. So that internal consultation, coupled with the response from Main Roads WA, would lead to that conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen.
Thank you, Ms Mullen.
Actually, that's 5 in a row, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. I might give someone else a go for the time being.
Sure.
Councillors, does anyone else wish to speak for Councillor Choi's motion? Does anyone else wish to speak against? Councillor Credland.
I'm going to sound like Councillor Huston, which I don't know if any of you remember him. He used to sit in this seat and move a motion and then speak against it and vote against it and stuff like that. I understand a lot of the motivations of Councillor Choi and the aims, but sometimes things aren't possible. And whilst I like Futurama, it's one of my favourite shows on TV, late at night when I need to wind down. It is an example of horrendous over-signage, electronic signage, and just how unsightly that can be. And I don't think this will be an attractive addition to Como or the City of South Perth. So if I had a decent ability to say, my judgment is this does not fit in and does not make the streetscape better, or even just doesn't greatly detract from it, I would. But the reality is I can't, and that's why I asked all the questions I asked last week of the relevant director. And sometimes you shouldn't cut off your nose to spite your face, because perhaps the applicant will be offended when I say this, but I think it's going to be unsightly, unattractive, but so what? It's not as if we can stop this. All we can do is give ourselves, maybe we'll make ourselves feel better, but all we can do is give ourselves less say in what happens on the site. So for that reason, I feel, as a result of the responses I got to my questions at the briefing last week, that I must reluctantly support this, because at least it gives us some control to render the impact less for our residents and the people travelling through the city than if we take the moral high ground and effectively remove any control or impact we have over this application at all. That's my view anyway.
Councillor Cridland, I just might clarify what you said there. You said that I feel I must reluctantly support this. We're debating the alternative motion from Councillor Choi that we refuse the development application, but that doesn't seem to gel with what you said.
Yes. Been a late night. There's a lot of questions. I've had to deal with the stress and pressure of presiding while you were out having a break.
It is a hard job.
And sometimes I use language that's sloppy and wrong, and you picked me up well. So yes, I was speaking against the alternative motion with the view that I would support the city officer's recommendation, which is what I meant, and I think you understood when I said I would support the application because I will vote against this alternative motion.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Cridland. Councillors, is there anyone who hasn't already spoken who would like to speak in favour of Councillor Choi's motion? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support Councillor Choi's motion this evening on the grounds that the digital signage application will adversely impact the neighbouring sites and the amenity of the surrounding area, and adversely detract from the amenity and character of the locality. I am concerned that the landscape and visual assessment doesn't meet what we would like to achieve with regard to the aesthetic and placement requirements, including under planning and assessment guidelines for digital signs, maintaining the skyline from the view of the road, reserve and surrounding areas, not protruding above buildings, structures and tree canopies, and also the integration into the facade. I understand that this sign will actually be above the current structures, and that's not what the intent of the policy and assessment guidelines indicates. I don't feel that this would actually be aligned with local planning policy 7.1 in that its compatibility with the desired character of the area, and also the adverse impact on the level of safety for the public and road users. As I previously mentioned, Canning Highway, and in particular that stretch, is a very busy dual carriage, two-directional highway, and it has recently had a median strip down the centre, which actually obstructs and prevents a lot of cars turning right, which has only exacerbated the congestion and bottlenecking problem further down, heading north along the Canning Highway. So, look, for these reasons, I find it visually it not to be appropriate to add more digital signs, and also the size and scale and protruding digital signs along Canning Highway. We already have 3 significant signs within a short space of each other, and that cannot support a safe environment. It'll only make it more hazardous and result in more risks with regard to casualties along that road. So for that reason, look, I don't support the progressing of this sign, this digital sign, and I'm quite comfortable if we reach the point that we took the moral high ground and the stance on this one, that we were going to actually be challenged, then that's what we need to do. So I'm quite comfortable not supporting, and conversely, supporting Councillor Choi's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Councillors, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to speak against Councillor Choi's alternative motion? Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I do commend Councillor Choi on raising what are valid concerns, as has been echoed by Councillor Brenda Abrandis. But I find myself agreeing with what Councillor Cridland mentioned, which is that we have to be realistic in what is within our power as a council. The 10 conditions in the report, as proposed by Ms Mullen and Director Shaw, provide council with some sort of control regime which we can impose conditions which go some way to rectifying concerns raised by residents last week. I fear that if we support Councillor Choi's motion and reject this, it's almost certain to be approved by the WAPC, and who knows what the status of the conditions, the 10 conditions imposed by the officers, will be after that. So it's not my my first choice. It's not an ideal position, but I think we have to be responsible and figure out what is within our power as a council. And I think the only rational choice we have is to support the application. And so, unfortunately, I won't be supporting Councillor Choi's alternative.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillors, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet who would like to speak either for or against Councillor Choi's alternative motion? I'll say a few words. Councillors, I've read the officer report. It recommends approval of the development application subject to the 10 conditions that appear at pages 32 and 33 of the agenda. I listened to what seemed like an extraordinary number of questions asked by councillors at last week's council agenda briefing, and the very, very, very comprehensive answers provided by Ms Shaw. I even listened to the recording of last week's questions and answers again while preparing for tonight's meeting. Ordinarily, this will be no surprise to any of you, I would gently remind council that when an applicant submits a development application for approval, and where the development application complies with all the applicable requirements, the applicant is entitled to have the development application approved. Doesn't matter if we personally like the development application or not. Doesn't matter if we think it might have been done better somehow. We are required to treat statutory planning applications in our quasi-judicial capacity, which means in accordance with planning law. Any refusal has got to be justified on valid planning grounds, having due regard to all relevant considerations. There is nothing that I can usefully add to the officer report and what Ms Shaw has already said last week and this week. I can't see any valid grounds for refusing this application. I'm not even sure heritage was even mentioned in the report. The applicant is clearly entitled to an approval, and I honestly don't know how much clearer the advice could possibly be. Councillor Choi even asked Ms Shaw point blank last week whether there were any grounds for council to refuse the development application, and the response was, I don't think we have any options. But even if you disagree with me on that, as Councillor Cridland has quite rightly pointed out, if council is to refuse this particular application, the application will be referred to the WAPC. And Ms Shaw has clearly advised us that if that happens, the City of South Perth potentially loses the benefit of the conditions that are currently proposed in the officer recommendation. In other words, I'm going to spell it out as simply as I possibly can. A refusal of this application may result in an application approval by the WAPC with less restrictive conditions. And Ms Shaw referred to condition 2 by way of example last week, which, for example, only allows the proposed signs to operate between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. If we decide that we're going to ignore the advice and roll the dice, that condition may disappear. So I can't support this alternative motion, and I am foreshadowing the officer recommendation if this alternative motion fails. Would anyone else like to speak either for or against? No? Councillor Choi, you have 5 minutes to wind up if you would like to do so.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, firstly, I don't think this has got anything to do with whether or not one likes digital advertising signs or not. That was certainly not included in my motion. And I also don't think wondering or worrying what WAPC may or may not do when we really have no idea and no data that I was able to readily ascertain within a short period of time is helpful either. It is the view, though, the residential character and amenity, which is a grounds for refusal, of that immediate and nearby area will or may be at risk with this DA for a third-party digital advertising sign. It is also the view we have a duty as elected members to help safeguard and protect our residential areas from the encroachment of these type of commercial developments for our neighbourhoods. I also asked councillors to consider consistency in decision-making, and that council agreed to refuse the third-party digital advertising sign on the corner of South Terrace and Canning Highway at the August 2022 Ordinary Council meeting, which intersection has more commercial development and also increased safety controls than the current proposed location. And as Director Shaw has readily pointed out, it's the same size signage, okay, and council refused it. So that's all I will say in my summing up, and I thank council for their consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Choi. I'm now putting Councillor Choi's alternative motion to the vote. Councillors, please cast your votes. And how do you vote, Councillor Choi?
Yes.
All right. Councillor D'Souza? All right. So the results are in. Those who the alternative motion has failed, that's 3 votes to 5. Those who voted in favour of the alternative motion are Councillor Brenda Abrandis, Councillor Choi and Councillor Navard. Those who voted against were Councillor Coveney, Councillor Cridland, Councillor D'Souza, myself, Mayor Milner, and Councillor Prendeville. I did say that I would move the officer recommendation in the event that the alternative motion failed, so I move that now. Is there someone willing to second that? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Not much to say, councillors. The advice is pretty clear. We don't have to like it, but as I said before, if a development application complies with the scheme, it complies with the law, it complies with the regulations, really, we ought to be approving it. Hold on, Councillor Brenda Abrandis, that's me speaking. Councillor Coveney was the seconder. I'll come to you afterwards.
I concur.
Thank you. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, speaking or asking a question?
I've got a couple of questions, Mr Mayor.
Fire away.
Okay. So, firstly, the WAMR policy provides guidance with regard to the signage placement, and this current proposal doesn't actually take that into consideration. So, can the administration please advise why the positioning of this sign is considered acceptable in light of the WAMR policy?
Ms Shaw or Ms Mullen? Ms Mullen.
Thank you, through the Chair. As referenced within the officer's report, the city did consider the proposal being assessed against the policy was in accordance with that policy in terms of locational requirements. And I think, as previously said, you have to also take into account that the design is integrated into the supporting structure. It complies with the requirements of the Australian standard. The City and Main Roads WA haven't identified safety concerns, and the applicant also acknowledged the development is required to be temporary in nature and removed if required for future roadworks. So, as stated in the report, the City considers that the proposal is compliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms Mullen. So just for clarification with regard to the positioning of the sign, if it protrudes or is above the existing building height, is that considered to be in non-compliance with the guidance that's actually issued?
Ms Mullen.
Thank you, through the chair. Well, the sign will be integrated as stated into the supporting structure, and it therefore screens the sign's infrastructure, which is one of the elements in the policy. So therefore the city does consider it complies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Ms Mullen. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just clarification from the agenda briefing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was of the understanding that valid planning consideration included amenity as well. And from the discussion this evening, we are talking about amenity. So is amenity valid planning consideration with regard to this item?
Ms Mullen.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Amenity is considered a valid consideration.
Thank you, Ms Mullen.
Okay. Thank you, Ms Mullen and Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Would anyone like to speak against the officer recommendation?
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Choi.
Yes, thank you. I've just got an amendment, if I can, and this was something that I had discussed with Director Shaw in case in the event that my alternative motion was lost in relation to that letter that I forwarded to and shared with all elected members, and an advice note to be added, proposed to be added to the officer's recommendation.
Do you have it in writing, Councillor Choi?
I do, and I believe Director Shaw has it as well.
Director Shaw, do you know anything about this?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, there were some discussions around in including an advice note, but that was on the basis that it would be undertaken administratively. I'm not sure whether Councillor Choi has submitted something formally to governance.
Governance? No, nothing. Okay. I mean, you
sorry.
can technically move an amended motion from the floor, Councillor Choi, but I guess I'm just gently going to ask, is it really worth it?
Yeah, I think it is, and maybe then there was some misunderstanding, because I do have some correspondence here that assuming the officer recommendation is foreshadowed and your alternative motion is lost, you can move the amendment to include the advice note, which is what I'm attempting to do.
So what is your amendment, Councillor Choi?
So just adding an advice note after paragraph 3, so a new paragraph saying advice note. The applicant is requested to display community and or road safety messages on the third-party digital advertising signage on the advice of the City of South Perth.
Is there any chance we can get that on the screen, folks? Can you dictate slowly, Councillor Choi?
Sure, thanks, Mr Mayor. So advice note under the last paragraph, number 3, so a new paragraph saying advice note.
So the applicant is required to go on.
So the applicant is requested
The
to
applicant is
display
requested.
community and / or road safety messages on the third-party digital advertising sign on the advice of the City of South Perth.
Is that the entirety of the amendment, Councillor Choi?
Yes, that's it. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Does anyone want to second Councillor Choi's proposed amendment? No one has seconded it, Councillor Choi. The amendment fails.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
All right. So we're back to the officer recommendation. It's been moved by myself. It's been seconded by Councillor Coveney. Does anyone wish to speak against the officer recommendation? Councillor Brenda Abrandis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, my reasons with regard to not supporting the officer's recommendation, they've been previously provided. It's with regard to the amenity. It's with regard to the safety in the area. Again, I am concerned about Canning Highway. I am concerned about the amount of digital advertising that we've already got in such a short space, and we are going to be adding more to it. As Councillor Choi has indicated, not that long ago, it was put to Council to consider the digital advertising at the corner of Canning Highway and South Terrace, and that wasn't supported. Obviously, the reasons for not supporting it were quite valid, quite important, and would have also considered amenity as a valid planning consideration. So, for the same reasons, again, amenity, I've spoken about it tonight. I won't be supporting the digital advertising at the corner of Hobbs and Canning Highway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenda Abrandis. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against? No? In that case, I'll wind up. I'll keep it very brief. In 7.5 years of being an elected member, I can't remember the last time I saw an officer advice on statutory planning matters that was so emphatic and so unambiguous. Councillors, please cast your votes on the officer recommendation. And Councillor Choi, how would you like to vote?
No.
All right. So, the officer recommendation has been passed 6 votes to 2. Those who voted against were Councillor Brenda Abrandis and Councillor Choi. Those who voted in favour were Councillor Coveney, Councillor Cridland, Councillor D'Souza, myself, Councillor Navard and Councillor Prendeville. We move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.3.5, which is entitled Proposed Change of Use, Single House to Unhosted Short-Term Rental Accommodation, Lot 3, Number 50, Canavan Crescent, Manning. There is an officer recommendation before us. I'm not aware of any amended motion or alternative motion. Does anyone wish to move the officer recommendation? Don't knock me all over at once. All right, I guess I'll move it. Does someone wish to second it? Reminding councillors that if a decision isn't made, it's a deemed refusal after a certain period of time. All right, there's no seconder. It is what it is. We move on to the next item to be withdrawn. So it's item 10.3.8 is the next item to be withdrawn. It's a proposed change of use, group dwelling to unhosted short-term rental accommodation, Lot 4, Number 4, 30 Axford Street, Como. Once again, there's an officer recommendation before us. I haven't received any amended motions or alternative motions. Would anyone like to move the officer recommendation? And I guess because someone has to, I will. Does anyone wish to second it? And that's a resounding no. So once again, that one goes through to the keeper. All right, we move on to the next item to be withdrawn for discussion this evening, which is item 10.4.6, entitled, I think that one's local government elections. Yes, local government elections. An absolute majority is required on this one. I haven't received any amended motions or alternative motions. Does anyone wish to move the officer recommendation? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Someone to second. Councillor Brenda Abrandis, thank you. Councillors, does anyone oppose this? Councillor Choi?
No.
All right, well in that case I'm just going to use my powers under the standing orders to say that it's been carried unanimously. Thank you all. That brings us to item 10.5.1. And councillors, you've all received an email from me today. I hope you've had a chance to read it. Under the circumstances, I am going to move a deferral of this item to the March Ordinary Council meeting, and I hope you will support that deferral. Could I please have a seconder? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Councillors, this is a procedural motion, so there's no debate other than what the movers said, and hopefully what I've said is enough. Please cast your votes on a motion that we defer item 10.5.1 to the March Ordinary Council meeting. And how do you vote, Councillor Choi?
Yes.
All right, just waiting for the electronic scoreboard to come up. All right, and that was unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay. We now move on to item 11, which is applications for a leave of absence. Does anyone have any leave of absence applications that they'd like to submit? Councillor Prendeville?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, one sec. May I please submit a request for leave from Thursday, April 17 through to Wednesday, April 23rd, inclusive.
Just read that back to make sure I've got that right. That's the 17th of April through to the 23rd of April inclusive.
That's right, thanks.
Yep. Anyone else? Councillor Choi?
No, thanks.
All right. In that case, I'll call for someone to move a motion that the leave of absence application received from Councillor Hayley Prendeville for the period of 17 April 2025 to 23 April 2025 inclusive be granted. Could I have a mover? I think Councillor Brenda Abrandis was ahead by a fraction there, seconded by Councillor Coveney. Does anyone oppose this, councillors? Councillor Choi?
No.
Then I'll declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 12 is motions of which previous notice has been given. That's nil for this evening. Item 13 is questions from members. Item 13.1 is responses to previous questions from members taken on notice. Responses to questions from members taken on notice at the December 2024 Ordinary Council meeting can be found in the appendix of this agenda. Item 13.2 is questions from members. Are there any questions from members this evening? Councillor Brenda Abrandis, I think, was first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a question with regard to the underground power in the Mill Point Ward, Hurlingham area. Obviously, all the infrastructure work appears to be done, and the new lighting is in place. Just wondering when the final switchover will actually happen, because I understand that it's all connected, and when the dismantling of the old wooden poles will actually occur.
Ms Amprimo, can I send that your way?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all of the infrastructure is not yet in place. I think if you refer back to the question taken on notice from the December meeting, my response was Western Power were having some resourcing issues, and they anticipate June 2025 for completion now.
Thank you. Councillor Prendeville, I think you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to numerous resident communication that we have all had, and a deputation heard last week regarding crime in the city of South Perth. Clearly, from the communication that we have had, there is a serious concern within the community, and the people are looking to the city. We're also aware of the various state election promises of money going towards a new CCTV trailer and lighting, etc. But that aside, my question to the city is if the city has its own plans to invest in a second or even a third CCTV trailer for our community. Seems one might not quite be enough.
Who should I direct that to? Mr Bradford?
Yep, thanks for the question. So the city acquired a new CCTV trailer, I think, last year, and that was to replace a trailer that had become obsolete and non-functional. And I think we're quite pleased with the new trailer in terms of its operation, and I'll make a point around police access to that in a moment. And so I guess now that we've actually kind of proven we've got one that works, it would be open to the City Council considering purchasing another one through the budget process next year. I do note, though, that I think I'm correct in that both of the major parties have promised funding for one or more CCTV cameras, trailers for the city. So depending on the outcome of the election, then that might come to fruition. I would note one of the big enhancements that we've made to our CCTV network in recent months is that we've established an MOU with the police for selected CCTV cameras where they can access them in real time. And that is a significant improvement in terms of their ability, because previously what used to happen is that they would send us an email request saying there was an incident at location X, we think you've got a camera there, it happened during this time, can you download the footage and send it to us? So their ability to access those selected cameras in real time is a significant advantage.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Councillor Navard, I thought I saw your hand go up there.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is flowing on from Councillor Prindle's question, and it related to CCTV rebates on domestic systems. And would the city see any drawback to the council proposing an increase in the rebate to households purchasing CCTV for monitoring activity relating to pedestrian and traffic thoroughfares in proximity to their dwelling?
Ms Shaw, should I send that to you?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, we couldn't see any drawbacks with that. We would implement that by effectively requiring any additional funding to be provided to the landowner where the landowner can demonstrate that they've signed up for the CAM maps, which is the WA Police initiative in terms of private CCTV, and that the CCTV has a direct visual of the street.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Navard?
I have one to do with the bells or horns on electric scooters on City of South Perth pedestrian and cycle/scooter pathways. Is the city able to develop and enforce a requirement for the use of a bell or horn sounding system on all electric scooters travelling on a City of South Perth pedestrian or cycling pathway?
Who should I send that one to, folks? Ms Shaw?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. So e-scooters are an e-rideable, so it's a type of vehicle. So all the usual road laws that would apply to normal vehicles would apply to the e-rideables. There are no specific requirements to have a bell or a horn on e-scooters. And so the city couldn't enforce that, and in any instance it wouldn't be the city responsible for enforcing that. It would be WA Police in the same manner that would be applied for vehicles on the road.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Navard?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This question relates probably to Director Adams's area. It's plans for refurbishment of the City of South Perth website. With System 1 now in operation, what ballpark figures might be involved in building a new city website to reflect the more contemporary expectations of a local government website? And what kind of budget and timeframe would be likely to be involved?
Mr Adams, can I send that your way?
So this year we've already commissioned a consultant to develop a digital strategy for the city, which includes a review of our current platforms, including the website, the intranet, the library website, our SharePoint, Teams, document management, OneDrive, our shared drives, and internal touch points that update our current internal and external facing websites. That work is currently being undertaken, and the budget for that was about $42,000. We're also undertaking a rebranding of the current website along with some functional improvements, including the search capabilities. The budget for that is $38,000. In terms of a total rebuild of the website, I know from other councils that you could spend anywhere between $200,000 and $400,000 doing that, depending on what the scope of works is and what functionality you want to build into your website. So, we know of councils that have spent, $150,000, $200,000, $250,000, $300,000 on that sort of project. There's only so much. On top of that would be the internal staff time that would be involved in that, because there'd be a fair bit of public consultation, developing the requirements for the scope of works, evaluating things like the tender that goes out, and then you've got all the uploading of the required data into the content management system and all that sort of stuff. That's the sort of stuff that we do in-house. But obviously, that's over and above what the contractor costs would be in putting a project like that together.
Thank you, Mr Adams. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Navard.
This one is probably directed to Director Amprimo. May Council please have an update on the likely planning and funding relating to the David Street Reserve, which had 4 trees removed because of shothole borer, and the water to the site closed off. What would be the likely prognosis going forward, and what would be the timeframes? Likely refurbishment and anything that could be put in the 25-26 budget.
Ms Amprimo.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So City staff have been working with a representative from the local Friends group on a programme of works that will be proposed to take over a 3-year period to enhance that area.
Thank you, Ms Amprimo. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Choi?
Yes, I do have a couple. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Far away.
The first one's just in regards to Lake Hurlingham Bridge. There's some residents just wondering what's happening with the wood that's been taken out from the former bridge, please, and, in terms of recycling. Just wondering if the city can comment on that, please.
Ms Amprimo?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So a number of the timbers have been retained by the city for repurposing.
Thank you, Ms Amprimo. Another councillor, Councillor Choi. Sorry, another question, Councillor Choi.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks for that, Director Amprimo. Now, the other question I have is in relation to, we've been getting, I think Councillor Coveney and I have been getting quite a few emails regarding the latest development. I think it's number 13 Stone Street. And I just want to have confirmation from the city that there really is little at this point, given all the reforms that have happened over the last few years in regards to development and how most developments don't come to council anymore, that really there's very little that we can do. And I think the Mayor's also expressed this tonight as well in relation to the DA with the advertising signage. But when we're looking at, building developments, is there anything that councils can do within their capacity when residents are seeking assistance from us to sort of get involved?
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the application in question is a development assessment panel application for 13 Stone Street in South Perth. The role of the city in this respect is to simply prepare the responsible authority report. In terms of any questions that may be received by members of the public during the consultation period, the officers can provide advice and clarification on how the application is assessed and the process that must be followed for a determination on that type of application. But other than that, the only input that the local government would have is the recommendation provided by the officers in the Responsible Authority report and the representation from the elected members that sit on the Development Assessment Panel when that application is considered.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Any further questions, Councillor Choi?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and to Director Shaw for that confirmation of what I already thought. My last question is just regarding mosquitoes and mosquito activity that seems to be increasing in the city year on year, because I constantly get residents complaining about it and it seems to increase each year. And I just saw an article in the paper, and I've already forwarded this on to the city, about the East Swan River CLAG group, and just wanting confirmation that the city is also a participant in a similar program that collaborates with other government agencies and neighbouring LGs, and also whether the city is sort of looking at improving or investigating its technologies, such as I think drones are used in some local governments now, for better managing sort of mosquito outbreaks. Those are the two parts of that question. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Choi, I got lost in that. What is the first question?
I was just whether the city is an active participant in any programs, such as the East Swan River CLAG group, in terms of managing and coming up with new ways of controlling mosquito outbreaks. And the second part was just about whether the city...
we'll just answer the first part first, and then you can ask the second part. Ms Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we're part of a contiguous local authorities group, the CLAG group. Our group is City of South Perth, Canning, Melville and Perth. Am I answering questions in terms of what we use for mosquitoes? Was that part of part one? Yes?
Councillor Choi, do you want to know what we use to treat mosquitoes?
No, that's okay. So as long as the city is an active participant in one of those programs. And the second part was just about what the city employs in terms, and whether it's investigating new ways of, including drone use, as I think I have seen other local governments maybe using now, to better manage those mosquito outbreaks, especially around those wetland areas.
Ms Shaw. Oh, Mr Bradford.
So the city's got an extensive mosquito management plan. I've had one since 2012, 2013. And I think that we are at the forefront of managing mosquitoes in our district compared to many local governments. I live in a nearby local government. I can't go outside during the day or night at the moment, so mosquitoes are bad. The level of complaints that we're getting this year is actually not high, and I think that's testament to the effort that the environmental health team put in around mosquito management. With regard to technology, we have a very extensive riverine area in the southern part of the city, and for many years we've used helicopters to treat that area. The reason that's effective is because it's a very large area. It would not be cost effective or practical to attempt to use a drone for that, and so helicopters are used to treat larvicide in that area. We do treatments in other areas by hand and foot because we don't need aircraft to get into them. So our environmental health team works really hard on mosquito management. There's a fair bit of information on our website in terms of testing and when we do treatments. And they do work really closely with all the neighbouring local governments because this may come as a surprise, but mosquitoes don't obey local government boundaries.
Thank you, Mr Bradford. Any further questions, councillors? No. Councillor Cridland?
Two questions. One follows on from one of Councillor Choi's questions, and that was about Stone Street. So my question is, and I've got an email about it too, which was addressed to DAPS, I note on my emails here. So my question is to Director Shaw. Presumably there is a Stone Street application that has been sent to the city. The city, it would sound like from your response to Councillor Choi, has already prepared its RAR. Has that been sent through to the DAP Secretariat, and do you know if a meeting has been arranged? Because I haven't been advised of it.
Ms Shaw?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the city's responsible authority report isn't due until the 4th of March. So we're just finalising that report. So we haven't sent it to the DAP Secretariat yet. After that's been submitted to the DAP Secretariat will arrange the meeting and will notify submitters of the date of that meeting.
Thank you, Ms Shaw. Another question, Councillor Cridland?
Yes. My last question was a somewhat flippant one, and I was wondering whether or not we could all be given an annual allocation of questions. And then perhaps we could fairly allocate them between us all. But I'll withdraw that question.
All right. Any further questions, councillors? No. Okay. All right. That brings us to item 14, which is new business of an urgent nature introduced by decision of the meeting. Councillors, we do have an item of new business of an urgent nature introduced by the decision of the meeting. I'm going to move that in accordance with clause 5.4 of the City of South Perth Standing Orders Local Law, item 14.1, Chief Executive Officer Contract of Employment Variation Request be considered, and this is a two-parter. The second part is that the meeting be closed to the public for item 14 and 15. Could I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Coveney, thank you. Councillors, well, we will do the casting of the vote rather than me just asking if anyone opposes. Please cast your votes. Councillor Choi, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
All right. That was unanimous, thank you. We'll now close the meeting to the public. For those of you who are listening via YouTube, thank you for joining us. You are welcome to hang on the line, but the only thing when we come back into open session is going to be the closure, so you won't be missing anything. We're going to go into closed session now. So we've just come back from closed session on items 12 and items 15. The vote that was carried was that Council 1 notes the correspondence received from the Chief Executive Officer as contained within confidential attachment A, and 2, agrees to the proposed contract variation to clause 9.4 of the Chief Executive Officer's contract of employment as contained within confidential attachment A. An absolute majority was required. That was satisfied with a unanimous vote. Okay. That brings us to item 16, which is closure. Before I declare tonight's meeting closed, I would like to thank everyone for their attendance and participation. I declare the meeting closed at 9:54 p.m. Thank you all, and good night.